Yeah, we couldn't lure him out.
Oh, like hit him with one of the balls.
All right, next time.
We wouldn't do that. Enjoy your day. We'll see you at 4 tomorrow.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you, and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday morning live on Fox Local and on YouTube. We are gearing up for a busy day and afternoon here on Fox Local, and so we appreciate you joining us now. We are standing by, getting ready for a news conference from Governor Ron DeSantis, who is getting ready to speak in Orlando. This is the setup at the Dr. Phillips Center for the Performing Arts right in downtown. And we expect the governor to be joined by a number of folks, including the Florida Education Commissioner, the Executive Director of the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles, and also the Executive Director of the Florida State Guard. So we will see what the governor has to say at this news conference coming up in just a few minutes. We will take you there live when it begins. I should also note when it comes to politics, well, I'll get to that in just a minute, because let me show you here a live look inside a Flagler County courtroom where we are just about to hear closing statements in the trial of James Mady. He's the former paramedic in Flagler County who is facing charges for sexual battery. He actually took the stand yesterday in his own defense and said that he was just trying to conduct an exam on the patient as she was being transported to the hospital. So we are keeping an eye on that. Let me give you a live look right now also in Tallahassee, as this is the House Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting. We brought you parts of their first meeting last week. This is now their second meeting, and they're hearing a presentation on redistricting law, essentially. And so they have seen that presentation. The representatives who are sitting on that committee are now getting the chance to ask some questions. So we're going to go ahead and listen in live for a few minutes as things kind of get underway here in this 11 o'clock hour. We'll go ahead and listen into this hearing that's been going on for a while in Tallahassee. We are also standing by for a news conference from the Florida Democratic Party reacting to some of the election results that we saw yesterday, including a Democrat winning the seat for Miami mayor. We expect that to begin any minute now as well. It's the first time a Democrat has won that Miami mayor's seat in 28 years. So it looks like that A news conference is getting underway right now, so I'm going to go ahead and take you there live. As that begins, we'll keep monitoring that redistricting hearing, and we'll get you to Governor Ron DeSantis as soon as that begins. So let's go ahead and listen in as Florida Democrats get ready to react to some of the election wins, including that Miami mayor's race.
I'll hand it over now to Chair Fried.
Thanks, Nora, and good morning, everybody. It is so good to see so many of you, and thanks for joining us this morning. The message that was delivered last night here in the state of Florida is the pendulum is swinging towards Democrats, and it's powered by the people that are on the ground and our candidates and our electeds every single day. And so we are thrilled by the victories that we saw all over our state, from Miami Beach all the way up to SD 11 over performance. These are showing that the pendulum is swinging in our favor, because if you look at the demographics of each of these wins last night, they are completely different demographics of our state, from Miami Beach, the city of Miami, to Palm Beach, to Sumter County, to Hernando. And what we saw is, when we are investing early, when we're doing the work on the ground, when we have exceptional candidates who are showing up for the people and making sure that not only are they listening to the concerns of the people that they're wanting to represent, but they're finding real common sense solutions to their everyday problems. People in the state of Florida are so tired of the corruption. They're so tired of the chaos coming out of Washington, D.C. They're tired of the unaffordability crisis. They're tired of having to, at the end of the month, be sitting around a table with the family trying to make the hard decisions of paying their electric bills or paying their rent. They want to know that people are showing up for them every single day and are putting them first. And that is what we saw last night with the overperformance of I'm not even going to say Democrats, I'm going to say the people. Because these coalitions that came together all across our state were Democrats, Republicans, independents. And that's how we're going to build a better Florida and make sure that we're turning the page of 30 years of one-party control of the state, which is why the state is so unaffordable. The Republicans of our state have been so focused on taking care of the corporations, the businesses, luring in more Republicans from other parts of this country to come here in our state. You wonder why we can't afford to buy a home? Because they've spent all this time luring in wealthy top one percenters into our state who are purchasing on these all of these homes in our state. The reason why our roads are falling apart, that people don't feel safe in some of our communities, because the Republicans have spent the better part of the last 3 decades focusing not on the people, but on their bottom lines. And people are tired of it. People want to know that you have a state that if you need a doctor, that you can get a doctor, that they want to know that their kids can go to a great public school and graduate and have opportunities, that if they want to purchase a home and be part of that American dream, that they can afford to stay here and to live here and raise a family. And that's what we saw last night. We saw these victories because of the work that is being done on the ground. Our year-round organizing model last night was proof of concept. We're putting in the work, we're getting great candidates, and now it's time for us to continue building this momentum into 2026. So just to kind of recap again, last night we saw the tremendous win on the city of Miami, my hometown, 305, with Eileen Higgins being the first female to have been elected as city mayor, as well as the first Democrat to have won in almost 30 years. And Eileen is exactly the proof of concept what I'm talking about. Eileen has lived her life for the people, and she continues to show up. And as I had the opportunity to walk with her and to knock on doors, I was asking her very point blank, what are the people saying to you? And she gave me 2 messages. She said people are frustrated that they can't make ends meet, and that the city of Miami has become so unaffordable that people are having to leave. And the other thing is that people are scared. That if you got in the city of Miami and Miami-Dade County, a majority Hispanic, and they're walking around with their papers, whether they are naturalized or they're born here in this country or they have certain immigration protection statuses, and they're walking around scared and not knowing what will happen by the end of the day. And Eileen respects her neighbors and respects the fact that Miami is built on the immigrant population, and how we treat our neighbors is a direct reflection of who we are, the shared values that we have in the city of Miami. So last night, we saw, again, a shift to the left by over 18 points to win the city of Miami by 19 points. Tremendous win. And that is after Trump came and endorsed the Republican. You saw every statewide elected Republican in our state, your congressionals, all coming down, trying to get the Republican candidate across the finish line. But at the end of the day, people rejected the chaos. They rejected the corruption, and they wanted to turn the page for a better tomorrow in the city of Miami. And so congratulations to my friend Eileen Higgins. Moving a little bit further south, Monica Mateo Salinas won the Miami Beach race. Well, that is not a Democratic flip. Certainly seeing a tremendous overperformance of a 70-30 win last night. Again, showing that when you put good candidates on the ballot that are working for the people, that are shared values of their constituents, we see this overperformance, and we see an opportunity really to take these models all across the entire state. And then you move up to Palm Beach County with Rob Long, who I had the opportunity to speak to first thing this morning. Again, this was a Kamala Harris plus 10. So we knew that we were going to win this seat because Rob is a fantastic candidate who has worked so hard in this community, serving this community for a very long time. But last night was a 28-point win. That is an 18-point shift to the left. That isn't because it's a special election. That is because Rob worked very hard on this seat, that he was consistent. And what he was hearing in the last couple of months of his election was, again, the unaffordability crisis to the people in Palm Beach County, and a lot of alarms being raised on the property taxes. People are understanding that if this was to go through, that their cost of living will actually increase. And a lot of the services that they're used to, the safety of their communities, the funding for local parks, for schools, for firefighters and other first responders may get eliminated and much more difficult to have access to. So Rob brought on a tremendous win in Palm Beach County. And then we continued to move north into SD 11, which is a 20-point swing in our direction. In Hernando County, Blaise Ngolia's CFO's hometown, 31-point shift to the left. That isn't because it's a special election. It is because people are tired of the chaos. They're tired of elected officials not showing up for them. And so I am so proud of all the work that they all did in their campaigns, building a coalition that is truly reflective of the values of the state of Florida. And then, of course, in Orange County, we saw a flip in the Oakland County Commission in seat 3 with Yamika Motley, who will be the first Black woman to serve in that body. Craig Russell and Elizabeth Ingram were also both elected last night in Winter Park Commission, and then Roger Chaplin in the Orange City Commission. And while there was 2 Democrats in that runoff election, both of them were tremendous individuals, tremendous candidates, and Roger was able to pull off the win last night with 200 votes. Again, all of this is showing that Democrats are ready to fight for our state, build a coalition of Democrats, Republicans, and independents, and that is how we're going to take back our state, city by city, brick by brick, voter by voter, and that's how it's done. And so very excited about the pendulum shifting, and we are continuing to build on for 2026. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Nora.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you.
And so Chair Nikki Fried is saying the pendulum swinging toward Democrats, recapping a number of Democratic wins across the state in special elections yesterday. We're going to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Yeah, welcome back in this morning. We are still standing by, waiting for Governor Ron DeSantis to arrive and begin speaking in Orlando. This is a live look inside the Dr. Phillips Center. He's going to be joined by several other speakers as well. Unclear of what exactly he might be speaking about. You still see no placard yet on that podium, which normally gives us some sort of indication. So we will stand by for that. We'll bring it to you live as soon as it does begin. Right now, I want to get you to Tallahassee, and I want to listen in on this congressional redistricting hearing. This is the second meeting that this committee has had discussions today about laws when it comes to redistricting. So let's go ahead and listen in live as this hearing continues live right now in Tallahassee.
Louisiana versus Calais, also referenced on that same slide, which is the case pending in the Supreme Court, U.S. Supreme Court.
You recognize.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chair. Going back to the BBM piece, the result of that decision was to not redraw the districts, the congressional districts that we voted for. Is that correct?
The result of that decision was that the legislature's configuration of North Florida, where it had decided not to redraw Congressional District 5, was upheld. So it did not require the legislature to redraw North Florida in that case.
You recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So that map was deemed constitutional.
You recognize.
Correct.
Follow up?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So then if that was conclusive to an action, then what, 'cause that means that's done. So then what is the reason why we're doing it now? I'm confused because it seems like there was a conclusion there based on the court case, and now we're having a conversation where the second court case isn't even finished yet. That's confusing. Can you help me understand that?
You recognize, Mr. Bartos.
Yes, a good question. So when courts consider challenges in redistricting, they're addressing a very specific question. And the specific challenge there was to North Florida and how the legislature redrew North Florida to no longer include the district that runs east to west from Tallahassee to Gadsden County. And so that was the specific issue in that case. It wasn't a complete validation of every district in the map. It was addressing the challenge that was brought in that case, the specific challenge to North Florida. In the process of deciding that, the court articulated legal principles that had never before been set forth by a court in that way. For example, it held that even to comply with the non-diminishment standard, we can't make race predominant. And so it decided that principle in deciding a very specific challenge to a specific region of the state. The principle, however, applies much more broadly. So that principle that we can't make race predominant, even in the service of non-diminishment, is now a principle of the Florida Constitution and the United States Constitution that is generally applicable to the congressional map. And the court, but the court didn't go around the state and address every district to determine whether other districts were in compliance with that principle. So that's what raises the questions now about how does this articulation of additional legal principles affect other parts of the state, which the court wasn't focused on in BVM.
Follow up?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Was there another lawsuit that happened that's done, but then you were saying that, okay, but the findings could be potentially more broader. Did someone through litigation, or did a citizen through litigation bring that issue up that may have caused us to reconsider?
You recognize.
There has been no lawsuit filed since BVM was decided.
Follow up?
Thanks so much. Mr. Chair, I just had a couple of procedural questions, so they probably would be better answered by you, if I could.
You can ask.
Thank you so much. So he mentioned the 2020 census data, but also now we know that the voting activity, our voting behavior that we'll be looking at will also be the same that we looked at in 2022, which I guess would be up until that point, the voting behavior. Is that information, is that data that we as members are going to have access to?
If you're asking the data that's available through the map drawing tool is the same data that was available in 2022. So I'm not sure if that answers your question, but it's the same voting data as well.
Cool. Thank you so much. And in previous iterations of this, whether it's tours around the state or the mapping tool was ahead of its time that we used in the past. Are there going to be other, or can we anticipate, to go back and tell our constituents, there are going to be other opportunities for public input with potentially them being able to, whether it's draw their map or at least give their input on boundaries?
Yeah, so I'd say, like every piece of legislation we consider here, our constituents individually are always free to reach out to any of us, of course, and weigh in and provide input. With respect to this committee in particular, like I mentioned last meeting and again this morning, we will certainly have opportunities in this committee to have public input as well. But again, I would say that at any time, constituents from any district can reach out. Ladies and gentlemen, you find yourself in the Capitol. We're going to maintain decorum here. We're not going to shout questions out. As I mentioned, we will have an opportunity for public comment at future meetings. For purposes of, again, regular constituent input, you are free to reach out to any member of the House of Representatives at any time. But if that answers your question, Representative Chambliss, like I said.
And for the purposes of public information, could I make a special request that the committee under your leadership could consider, could we potentially notice earlier if public comment of a proposed committee is going to be available or not available? I think that would help if they knew that this was an educational presentation compared to this is an opportunity for public comment. Because people are making travel plans. I mean, we live in South Florida. They bust up,
I understand your point, and certainly we'll try and notice the meetings as early as possible. And obviously, whenever we have presentations, as we've had the past two committees, like in every other committee I'm in, we typically do not have public comment when there are just presentations. When there's some sort of legislative action that's being considered, that's typically when we see public comment in normal meetings. But we'll certainly try and notice the meetings as reasonably early as possible.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Ranking Member, I'm going to give you one more shot.
This is the last one. And again, I don't know if this question is directed at you or the presenter. And I guess I'm trying to get an understanding of the methodology. Is the methodology for how the districts, if we redistrict, will the methodology this time change from what was used in 2022? Is there something that would take us in a different direction?
You recognize.
So I think this body would have to take into consideration the court's decision in BVM and determine whether that requires a difference in methodology. And so I think the question is, how do those principles that were articulated by the court in BVM apply to the existing congressional map? Is there something that the legislature, knowing now what it knows from the Florida Supreme Court in the BVM decision, is there something that it would do differently?
All right, members, see no further questions. That'll conclude our business for today. Thank you, Mr. Bartels, for your time and presentation.
The Congressional
appreciate
hearing
everyone's
is wrapping up. The Congressional Redistricting hearing in Tallahassee, I should say. The members of the Florida House have been discussing that, their second meeting. We heard some questions from State Representative Kevin Chambliss, a Democrat from Homestead in South Florida. Also saw a question there from Representative Bruce Antone, who is a Democrat from Orlando, asking some questions there. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back after this. Team meteorologist Brooks Garner joins me now, and Brooks, halfway through the week here, and enjoying this weather setup right now.
Yes, it's mild. It'll remain mild through the weekend. It'll be a little cooler at times, but overall nothing too frigid, and we look forward to a warm-up coming our way for Christmas week. So there's a cold front right now bringing some lake effect snow to the Great Lakes. This is called, generally speaking, it's called an Alberta Clipper, and it's a low-pressure system with a lot of wind, and it can produce a lot of lake effect snow as that cold wind blows over the Great Lakes. And in doing so, it can dump a couple feet. That's what they're expecting on the lee of Lake Ontario and Lake Erie. Meanwhile, farther south, the only impact here is that instead of highs in the 70s like we'll have today, we'll have highs tomorrow only reaching the upper 60s. So it'll clip through the region. A clipper is a name for an old sailing ship that can go very quickly. That's why they call it an Alberta Clipper. In any sense, it clips through, and we get into some cooler weather for a couple of days and a cool morning ahead. Tomorrow, our Thursday, we'll have highs in the 60s, and then for Friday morning we're going to have low temperatures in the 40s. It's going to be chilly. In the big picture, I talked about this. We've got below average weather, generally speaking, 3 or 4 degrees below average. Our typical high 75 will be closer to the upper 60s to low 70s through Tuesday of next week. That would be December the 16th. And then a big change happens across the country with a Pacific high pressure zone moving in, and that's going to keep most of the lower 48 warmer than normal. In fact, through Christmas time, this is the map for December 25th, Florida could be in a zone where we see temperatures running about 5 to 8 degrees above normal, which would put us around or just above 80 degrees. So there's a lot of warm weather to be had as we head toward the end of December. So in other words, if you like this cooler weather, really enjoy it for about the next 7 days. 62 at Daytona Beach at this midday hour. We'll have generally cloudy skies west of Orlando, becoming sunny before the day is out, and a 7-day forecast featuring a slightly cooler setup, below normal temps through Friday, then a little warmer Saturday, Sunday, back to kind of where we should be this time of year before we cool down again Monday and Tuesday. And then by the middle of next week, the big warm-up to Christmas begins. So no major weather systems for us, Garrett, but as the air masses trade places, especially toward Christmas, there could be some severe weather in the Midwest to track.
All right, something to watch for then. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, thanks for joining us.
You got it. Thank you, Garrett.
Give you a live look right now inside the Dr. Phillips Center. We are still waiting for Governor Ron DeSantis and a number of others, including the Florida Education Commissioner, Anastasios Kamoutsas, Dave Kerner, who's the executive director of the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles, and also the executive director of the Florida State Guard. So we don't know what this news conference is going to be about, but we are standing by. Expected to begin here shortly. It was scheduled to begin around 11 o'clock. The governor has been about half an hour late to some of his news conferences lately, so we do hope that this will begin shortly. We are going to take a quick break here right now on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will get you back to this news conference as soon as it begins. So keep it right here on Fox Local and YouTube, and we will hear from the governor shortly.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you another live look at the Dr. Phillips Center. We are waiting to hear from Governor Ron DeSantis any minute now, so we will take you to that news conference when it does begin. Again, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us live on Fox Local and on YouTube. But there have been a lot of questions about a new law that went into effect here in the state of Florida on October 1st that bans any obstruction of your license plate. And so there's been a lot of questions about that, what that means for license plate frames and some other things. And so joining us live now to talk about this is Lieutenant Tara Crescenzi with FHP Troop D. And Lieutenant Crescenzi, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us this morning here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thanks, Garrett, for having me.
Lieutenant, I imagine that that even y'all have been getting some questions from people about this, because this is something that is certainly going to be more strictly enforced than what we've seen before.
Well, I'm glad I'm coming on to talk about this so we can discuss this new law. And truly, this is anything that blocks or distorts any part of your license plate. It can be a violation now. And that includes some frames, plastic covers, sprays, a mechanical device. We actually made a recent arrest where someone had a button that they can click on a remote and it completely blacks out their tag. So that is what law enforcement's really focused on. But a very thin frame that doesn't cover any letters, numbers, the word Florida, the decal, or the border, and doesn't distort the plate is not what this law is aimed at. But the safest thing drivers can do is to keep their plate completely clear so it's readable and law enforcement can clearly see it.
What are some of the penalties and I heard you say arrest. This is something that people can be arrested for. What are some of the penalties that drivers face?
And again, just to reiterate, there's a big difference between a decorative frame that still leaves the full plate visible and a device that hides or flips that plate. The new law creates crimes for buying and selling those types of devices and then using them during other crimes. And that's where a fennel and the penal can come in.
And I know there have been some questions, obviously, like you said, there is a kind of a wide range here when we're talking about decorative frames to some of those devices that are clearly very intentionally trying to obstruct or hide a license plate. And so I'm curious how how strict this is when it or how strict enforcement will be when it comes to those license plate frames, because we've had heard from some people who have said, well, I've got one and it kind of is covering it. Should I just take it off?
Again, law enforcement priority is going to be dangerous drivers and criminal use of these devices. And our first approach with most drivers is going to be education. The statute is clear, though. If something blocks or distorts the plate, it can be a violation and you can be pulled over. So we're asking people to help us by keeping their plates clear, fully visible so law enforcement can read them so we can do our job. So if there is a crime or a hit and run, we're able to follow those investigative leads. If someone commits a crime and they flip their plate, they use a mechanical device to black it out, we're not going to be able to do follow-up. We're not going to be able to follow those investigative leads to potentially provide justice to that victim.
Yeah, just to touch on that one real briefly here before I let you go, about why that is important, kind of the purpose behind something like this, and why this law is kind of important at this point.
So someone that's trying to obscure their plate, they're using a mechanical device to make it completely go black, like the arrest we had recently. They're using a device where it flips up, where no one can identify that plate. There particularly could be a situation where they were involved in a crime or they plan to commit a crime. Law enforcement need to be able to read those tags so we can do investigative leads, so we can do follow-up, so we can make sure that if someone commits a crime, that they deserve that time and we can prosecute.
Lieutenant Tara Crescenzi with FHP Troop D, we appreciate your time this morning and appreciate you explaining that for us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you so much, Garrett.
Give you a live look right now, still standing by, waiting for Governor Ron DeSantis. We're going to take another break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. The governor is late today, coming up on 37 minutes now, past the time that news conference is supposed to start here in Orlando. We will still keep an eye on this and get you to that news conference when it does begin. I just wanted to let you know we didn't forget. We are still keeping an eye on it, but as soon as that starts, we'll get you to the Dr. Phillips Center, where we will hear from Governor DeSantis and several other state leaders. Meanwhile, Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins was in Miami earlier today. He was talking more about this Operation Senior Shield and some efforts by the state to protect seniors and caregivers from scams. They are common targets of scams all year round, especially this time of year. But he was talking about some of their the work with that and some of the tools that are now in place, some of the resources being put into this to protect seniors from these scams. He spoke at a news conference just a little bit ago in Miami, and here's just a little bit of what he had to say.
The team is comprised of myself, Secretary Branham, law enforcement, and leading cybersecurity experts, all moving toward the problem to protect our seniors. With guidance from ethical hackers and cybersecurity experts, seniors will walk through the exact steps scammers use against them, safely and in a controlled environment, so they can turn the tables and protect themselves and their friends and family. They'll learn how these schemes work from the inside, see the red flags firsthand, and practice the same techniques scammers think they can use against them. This isn't just education. It's protection, and it's empowerment. It gives seniors confidence. It gives them control. It gives them the ability to recognize a scam instantly and shut it down before it even starts. And let me be very clear. Florida, we are not an easy target. Not on my watch, and not under the Governor DeSantis administration. We protect our people. I want to thank Secretary Branham again for her leadership, her fierce dedication, but more importantly, her ability to listen and care about each and every senior across our state. Her heart and dedication to her job and our people is amazing. Michelle, your work is the reason we're here today. I want to thank Governor DeSantis for his steadfast support in making this initiative possible. He has courage, conviction, and candor. He's willing to stand and do the hard right time and time again, and I'm so proud of his dedicated and focused leadership on these issues. But now, we need Floridians to join us. Pero necesitamos que los floridanos se unan con nosotros. Sign up at opseniorshieldfl.com to receive alerts and avoid scams. Registrarse en opseniorshieldfl.com para recibir alertas. Share it with your family, your neighbors, and your church groups. The more people who are informed, the better off we're each going to be, and the fewer scammers who will have an opportunity to harm our loved senior citizens. Together, we're going to protect seniors, strengthen our defenses, and build a state where scammers think twice before trying to prey on the people we love. Thank you. God bless our seniors. God bless the great state of Florida, and may God continue to bless these United States. So, Secretary Branham, would you like to come up here, please?
Hola, buenos dias. I just wanted to take a minute. I'm standing in front of one of the greatest friends I have in government, one of the greatest leaders that when I needed a champion for this, because as the Secretary of Elder Affairs, the calls that I've been getting recently are all related to our seniors being scammed, and not because they're being duped. These are predators that are doing this in such a sophisticated manner. No one should feel ashamed. No one should feel embarrassed. No one should feel like they've done something wrong because they're scammed. These scammers are out for every Floridian. They're out for our seniors.
I was at that news conference earlier today. Let me get you live now to Orlando. Here's Governor Ron DeSantis. That placard saying Floridians first. expected to talk about some budget proposals. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Center for hosting us. We're also joined by Education Commissioner Kamoutsas, Dave Kerner, Highway Safety Motor Vehicle Executive Director, Florida State Guard Executive Director Mark Thieme, and UCF President Dr. Cartwright. And I know we've got some board members and some other folks, so I want to thank everybody for being here. So we're doing this today announcement to unveil our budget recommendations for the 26-27 fiscal year. And it's always good to be in a situation where we're being able to do this from a position of fiscal strength. So if you look back when I became governor, there was about, I think, $1.3 billion in Florida's rainy day fund. Now with this budget, we've more than tripled the state's rainy day fund. In fact, we're maxing it out to where you're not even allowed under Florida's Constitution to put any more money in the rainy day fund. We also launched a couple years ago, in conjunction with some folks in the Florida legislature, a program to accelerate the repayment of Florida's outstanding state debt. You can have some of this stuff. We got guys that do a good job of this. They can buy the bonds on the open market, oftentimes at a discount, retire them. Then we save money on interest. And so if you take all of Florida's debt since statehood until now, just since I've been governor, we've retired more than half of it. We're going to keep the momentum going with this budget. But what you do is you save. We've saved hundreds of millions of dollars in interest costs that we now don't have to pay because we're doing that early. The reserves, when I became governor, I think were probably, $7 billion range. The budget that we're submitting today is about $17 billion in reserves. So some of that's your general revenue. That does include the fiscal, the rainy day fund, includes trust fund surpluses, a whole 9 yards. But that's a really, really good sign. And we're in a situation where the budget line that we're doing, $117 billion, is basically what we've been doing the last few years. I don't think you're going to find another state that's doing more meaningful things on transportation, environment, all these things, but then basically doing it with a stable budget. We will not have had any real significant overall increases in the budget. You'd probably have to go back, 3 or 4 years now. This current year's budget that we're in spends less than the year before that, and that year spent less than the year before that. So we're basically right in line with that as we look forward to going. And I'm proud of that. I think Florida's really led the way with fiscal responsibility. I've had to veto some stuff, that the legislature's done with line items, and you got to do what you got to do, right? I mean, it is what it is. I want to keep the budget in certain areas. But that being said, I mean, it's like I've vetoed more than any governor, but at the same time, by and large, the budgets have been good. There's some things here or there that we may disagree on, but by and large, we've had a really good, I think, team effort here to make sure Florida remains fiscally responsible. So what does 117, what does that mean? Well, it means a couple things. One, Florida has probably close to 23.5 million people now. That budget number that we're currently under, that I'm proposing for next year, that's less than the budget of New York City, which is only 8 million people. New York State, which is 3 or 4 million people fewer than Florida, their budget's over twice the size of the state of Florida's budget. I can tell you the roads aren't better up there because I was just up there. And the taxes, of course, are a lot higher. So we're really showing, how it can be done. And there's a couple tweaks that we make here or there on different things. But our overall footprint from a government perspective is that we have the lowest number of state government workers per capita, and we either are the lowest or second lowest in state spending per capita of all 50 states. And so the outcomes, are superior to states that are spending 25, 50, 100% more per capita or even outright than we are in the Sunshine State. This budget, and so we're keeping within that, and we're going to be able to do, more debt retirement early, all this other stuff. But we're also doing some really, really big things. And so in the budget I'm proposing, we are setting aside a record $1.56 billion solely for teacher pay increases. And so we started this program a few years ago, actually probably 5 or 6 years ago now, because, people would say, pay teachers more. So the legislature, if they would do more education spending, it goes down to the districts, and then magically it gets spent on everything pretty much but that, right? So we said, all right, we're not just going to send money. So we're going to do a pot of money. That's the only thing you can use it for. And so we started, I think, with half a billion, and now we're up to over $1.5 billion to be able to do that. And so that's been able to provide meaningful differences in teachers' professional lives. Now, there's still a few districts when we do this, they will withhold the teacher salaries, and they use that as bargaining chips, these unions, for other things. And it's just ridiculous. I mean, you should be getting that out the door immediately. People want the help. They want to be able to do that. So we're going to continue doing this. I think it's been very successful. It's a way to make sure that money actually is going in the classroom. I mean, basically, it's the classroom. 90% of it is, what teacher do you have standing in front of the classroom? That's the most important thing. You can talk about bells and whistles and all this stuff, and I'm not saying none of that stuff matters at all, but ultimately it's that teacher that's there. By the way, we were probably the first state, or one of the first states, to not allow cell phones in class. And, part of it was it's not good for kids learning and all that, being on the phone and everything. But, part of it was we actually did that as part of a teacher bill of rights. It's like, you're in front of there. Why do this if everyone just buried texting all the time? So we didn't think it was fair for them. And then also just having discipline in the classroom. So we were doing that. Now this was a few years ago. When we did it, I think someone on MSNBC said it was an example of rising fascism in America. And I'm just thinking to myself, man, now everyone's doing it, so they say it's good, right? But we were doing it, so it's got to be bad from their perspective. But you've seen positive results, I think, in performance, and that's something that's really, really significant. And, I made an announcement last week about a Bill of Rights against artificial intelligence. And this is going to be a huge issue. It could be way worse than cell phones or social media if we don't approach this in an intelligent and rational fashion. There's a whole host of implications for society. They want to put data centers where it's going to take up all this power and water, and obviously we're not going to allow them to take away from ratepayers and make them pay more. We're going to protect that. There's issues about what it does to the job market, which is the reason why you wouldn't want to subsidize this. And then there's also issues about your personal likeness and what they can do, and truth in advertising. There's a whole bunch of stuff. But how this is going to impact education is a huge issue. And it's going to be something, I know there's a lot of folks in the legislature that are working on it. But that being said, we put our money where our mouth is. We did record funding for teacher pay increases for Florida, and this proposal today is the biggest by far. And I can tell you, people that have followed this stuff, if we were here, 4 or 5 years ago, and someone said, yeah, they're going to end up doing $1.56 billion for teacher salaries, people would say that's not feasible, that's not possible, that will never happen. We've shown it's possible, and we've gotten it done. The overall education budget, K-12, is another record, $30.6 billion. I think when I became governor, it was probably like, somewhere in the low 20s. So you've seen. Now, I'm not one to say the money is going to necessarily equate to outcome, because you have some places that have massive spending and they have horrible results. And I think a lot of it is that money is going for special interests rather than to actually help. But so the money itself isn't necessarily going to be determinative, but you've seen the commitment has been very, very strong for our K-12 education system. We're doing $1.7 billion in funding for early child education, almost $2 billion for our state college system. We have this great college system where people are getting a lot of practical skills and are really making a difference in their communities, and that should be applauded. We're also doing $4 billion for the state university system. We're ranked by, I believe, U.S. News and World Report as the #1 public university system, in the United States. And there's been a lot of great things that have happened over really many years. where the bar has been raised academically. At least on the state university, not quite with football yet. I mean, we'll see what happens. I know University of Miami got in the playoff, which I was very supportive of, but it's not a state university. At least we have some Florida representation. Although, UCF, you guys, this USF coach is going to be really good. I think they're going to be tough. So we've had great strides. But I'll tell you, the most important factor is why we're ranked #1 public university system is affordability. We have not raised tuition for in-state since I've been governor, and so it's about $6,300 for an in-state Florida resident to be able to go to, and we have a number of universities that are ranked very, very highly amongst public and even amongst other universities. They did a thing with the, I think it was the Manhattan Institute, and it was published in the Wall Street Journal. It was a ranking of universities, but they were focusing on also not just legacy prestige, which, look, that's a factor, right? I mean, like if someone says Harvard, everyone immediately thinks, that's a high academics, right? And Harvard was founded in the 1600s, Yale 1701. This is before we were even a country. So, I mean, there's a lot of legacy that kind of gets built up there, and that's fine, but it's like, okay, what about all these other things? What about, free speech? What about some of the things that really are important, focusing on strong academics, not the ideological stuff, all this stuff. So they did different criteria, and on that criteria, University of Florida actually ranked #1 because this is more about what's the experience. It's not just focusing on legacy prestige. So that's something that's really good. But the affordability to be able to go to a public university and not have to really take out a single cent in loan. Because, if you work part-time jobs, you could do it. If you're good enough to get in a lot of these schools now, you probably qualify for the Bright Futures Scholarship, which is 100% or 75% tuition, depending on what you qualify for. So we're graduating students that don't have this ridiculous financial millstone around their necks. And I'll tell you, and it started in kind of I remember being in high school, and certainly in the years after, kids were told, high school students, you got to go to college. You don't get that degree, your prospects are not going to be strong. And yeah, if you go $100,000 in debt and you end up with a engineering degree from MIT, you're probably going to be okay. I'm not going to sit there and tell you ain't going to be able to handle that. You probably will. But if you go to some fourth-tier private university, some of that's even more expensive than MIT, and then you graduate with a degree in zombie studies, well, guess what? The C's aren't going to part for you. And you're going to end up in a job maybe you could have had at a high school, but then you have this huge financial millstone around your neck. And so I think a lot of these students were sold the bill of goods over the years. I think a lot of these universities were able to profit because they basically could get the loans. It's the federal government's responsibility. Since 2010, I guess they took it over. And so why does a fourth-tier university care if you go 50 or 100 or 150 in debt? That's not going to be their problem. And so there's not been any accountability for that. Incidentally, I think the university should be responsible for the loans ultimately. I mean, I think that if someone can't pay it, then that should be something that was a failure of the university to be able to do it. They should have some risk in this, but be that as it may, that's a different subject. But the affordability is so important, and our state colleges are very affordable too. We are keeping that going. We're keeping the Bright Futures fully funded. There have been people through the years that have wanted to take whacks at it. I've always been a defender of it because you think about it. You have families that are just working like middle class. They don't get anything. Like literally, they get less than somebody that's on welfare, and they get less than a lot of the rich people who have access to policy and can get bailouts and everything. So literally, they just got to do it. They got to work hard. They got to do. They don't get anything. The one thing that they can get for their kids is Bright Futures Scholarship, which is, even though the tuition's not high comparatively, that's a huge plus. You have 2 or 3 kids, and you send them, and they get the Bright Futures. Major thing. So I'm a big believer in it. I think it's been good. When you do scholarships, it's not really as bad. When you do a lot of loans, that ends up, we control the tuition, but like in private, every time they increase loans, the tuition goes up. And so you're not really, the student and the family aren't any better off from having done the loans because the tuition keeps going. So we've had no increase in tuition. This is one of the most inflationary things in modern American history, college tuition, but not in the state of Florida. So that's a really, really good thing. Another thing that we've done is, yes, these are good financial commitments. We believe in the mission, but you got to have good structure and policy in place so that the outcomes are going to be good. And so we did things to make sure that we have productive faculty, that we're not having faculty positions and tenure being used to advance agendas. So we have post-tenure review. All the tenure now have to go review and can be terminated. So people have been weeded out now over the last few years. But on the flip side, we've now empowered college presidents. If you run a school like Hamilton School, University of Florida, which is amazing, they can go and recruit faculty directly. And we've given money, $100 million. We did a couple years ago, I think 2 years in a row. Legislature didn't fund it this year. We put that in the budget. Recruit and retain bonuses to be able to bring people to Florida at our state universities and then keep them there for the long haul. And I could tell you, we were doing this thing at the University of Florida with the Hamilton School, the groundbreaking. And, because they have this ability to recruit and pay without having to, go through the old system, you have all these people there. And it's like the best Civil War historian from Princeton is now at University of Florida. They just had a guy from Harvard, 40 years, one of the best political theorists. He's now at Hamilton Center. And he told me, he's like, I needed to find a place that was sane. And so he came to Florida. You have that. But then I'm like meeting with some of these people, and you have they're like kids almost, like young scholars, like probably in their 30s. And I'm like meeting, came from, California, Stanford, University of Chicago, Oxford, Cambridge, you name it. And it's all because, yes, we've provided resources, but we've provided a way to recruit and bring people in. There's this idea that some have said with universities that it's shared governance between the faculty and the administration. Not in Florida. You get hired as faculty, your job is to teach and do research and publish whatever. You don't get to govern the university. And so that's why we don't want faculty blackballing good professors from being able to be hired. We have an ability, the boards can take them, the presidents can take them in and get them going. So I'm really excited about that. So on education, this is as robust as we've ever done, both in pre-K, VPK, both in K-12, both in higher ed, and not just throwing money, but really using it in a way that's going to help us produce good outcomes. We also have major support for infrastructure and transportation. So over $14 billion for our state work program. So that more than funds everything we need to do. And I did Moving Florida Forward, which said all the stuff we need. And Central Florida is the #1 place, right? Because, some of the stuff they've done around here has helped, but you get down near Disney and Champions Gate and Polk on I-4, all those other areas, and it's not just rush hour. It could happen at any time, right? So we're like, all right, we got to get this stuff going. So there were projects that weren't even going to start till next decade that are now started. They're going to be delivered 5 or 10 years ahead of schedule. But we said we're going to do this I-4, continue what's been done, and bring it into Polk. But we decided to do temporary expansion as the permitted is being done. So just opening up the temporary has cut the commutes in half. They literally will have the videos before and after, and you see it flow better. So we're doing that. We're doing all the stuff in all those different areas and in other parts of the state too. Tampa Bay, we've got the 395 interchange in Miami, we've got stuff in the Panhandle, I-75 near Ocala, that's a big project. You guys, anytime you go, if you have to go north on 75 from here, you will potentially hit some bad traffic once you get near Ocala. So widening that, doing a bunch of stuff. So this is big, and this is on top of all the additional money that we brought to bear to be able to do so much over so many years. We are including major pay increases for state law enforcement. So for us, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, State Highway Patrol, our state troopers, as well as law enforcement associated with other agencies like Fish and Wildlife. And that's something that, one, is earned. It's something that they deserve, but it's also something we need to do to be able to recruit and retain. You don't want to be in a situation where they can make more money doing, other things that may not be as demanding, because then people are going to make those decisions. We're going to continue our law enforcement recruitment bonus program. So we instituted this when they were talking about defunding the police years ago. And honestly, these police officers are being treated horrible in places like Seattle and New York City and all this stuff. And so we said, listen, we want good people in Florida. We do have a need to have more growing state, everything. So we're going to do a $5,000 bonus for new recruits. And that could mean you move from Chicago. Could also mean you come out of school and you want to go into law enforcement. You can get it even as a Floridian for that if it's your first law enforcement gig. So that's been really effective. We were just up in New York the other day meeting with some of the law enforcement community, and they're very worried about what's going to happen with Mamdani becoming mayor, because he's hated the police, for most of his life, and wanted to disband the agency and all this other stuff, and says that prisons are, he said that prisons are somehow like a waste of resources. You should just be, putting people on the street, bringing social workers. I mean, I can just tell you, it's not even like Republican, Democrat. I'm just telling you, this is not going to work, okay? That will not work. And so they're in a situation where, how much support are they going to have? Would you want to wear the uniform and risk your life to apprehend a dangerous suspect, bring them in, and then the judge just puts them right back out, and you got to do it again a week later when the person commits more crimes? It's demoralizing. I mean, people don't want to do that. So I do think you're going to see a reaction to that. And I'm not saying they're all going to come to Florida, but I do think you're going to see some. So there'll be some opportunities to be able to recruit some good people. We're going to continue. You'll hear from Mark about the Florida State Guard, which has been a huge asset. He'll talk about some of the things that we did. That was started by the legislature. Not started because we've always had it. It just kind of got mothballed, I think, after World War II. But they did it when Biden became president, because, we were fighting, for example, we wouldn't do the vax mandates for National Guard. And we said, we're not doing it. And we didn't do it. But if push really came to shove, ultimately your National Guard can be conscripted by the federal government. And that was what we were concerned about. So we said, why don't we have something to control our own destiny, has no federal tentacles, it's purely the state of Florida. And they've done things like hurricane response, they've done all this stuff. And it's been great, and I think people really feel a sense of pride, that they're involved in that. So we're able to do that. Now, obviously, our relationship is much more positive with the federal government now than it was during those Biden years, but I still think it's like this is important to have for the state going forward, not just now, but 10, 15, 20 years down the road. We also have additional major support for the National Guard. Major support for improving veterans' nursing homes, historic support for cancer research, our Cancer Collaborative Incubator program that my wife has really done a great job spearheading, as well as the Innovation Fund, which a lot of these institutions are now able to benefit from, and not just the handful that are well known. You have others that may be doing some more cutting-edge stuff. We're really, really supportive of that all the way around. And then finally, environment. We promise more on environmental restoration than anybody thought possible. We've exceeded that by a country mile in terms of what we've been able to do. And some of that is Everglades, which is the biggest restoration program in all the country, and maybe even for environment, maybe in the world, but certainly for the United States, the largest undertaking that's ever been done or that's currently being done. But we've also done stuff for the health of springs. We've done a lot of transition from septic systems to sewer systems. We've done conservation with the Florida Wildlife Corridor, massive acreage that's been now there and is going to be conserved, and is going to end up being some concrete jungle. And that's a huge part of the state now, and we're going to continue, adding for all that. We're also doing beach renourishment, supporting coastline, very important for tourism and all these other things. And, I know that the Interior Department had floated doing the Gulf drilling, and, we've not supported that since I've been governor. We don't. But, it's not even just with the tourism and risk. Military uses that to train. All those pilots in the Panhandle, that's what they go. So that's important too. But protecting the coastline is something that's really, really significant. And, people, you go to different parts of the country, and there's some nice spots. But I'll tell you, if you like beach, we are number one, across the board. I mean, there's just no question. And not every part of Florida is as good as every other part, and I will keep my mouth shut about what I know is best. But it's just, we hit the heights. It's really important, and it's been great for our economy, but also just doing things like Everglades restoration. You now have stronger aquifer in South Florida. You have more water going to Florida Bay, better fishing, better salinity levels, all better, even flora and fauna, the eco-tourists that want to go there and take pictures. You see a resurgence in some of this stuff. There are going to be more. We're going to get continue. We've stepped up the python removal in the Everglades. We stepped it up when I was and we kept doing better. But we needed a moon, so we got some private sector incentives. So there's a lot of great stuff that's happening there. So all being said, I think what the budget does is it builds off the success that we've had. This budget's entitled Floridians First because that's the focus of it. It's putting our people first and making sure we're good stewards, but also making sure that folks, that the needs that we have are being addressed. One final side item that I will mention. So we have no income tax, and we won't. We have sales tax, but almost all the essentials now are exempt. Your groceries, medication, we did the exemption for all baby items. So diapers, wipes, strollers, all that is exempt. Back to school holiday is now permanent in law. Disaster supplies is now permanent in law. We're currently in the middle of what I call the Second Amendment sales tax holiday. No tax on accoutrements, ammunition, firearms. I think fishing, camping, all this stuff is tax-free till the end of the year, which is great. But when people talk taxes, yeah, they like getting the brakes on those things. But when they talk taxes, what they're talking to us about is property taxes. And so, the state doesn't control property taxes. It's a local issue. I think most people have followed me know that I'm talking about having something on the ballot in November of 2026. We're working on some good stuff, but we're doing this very deliberately. We're making sure it's something that can get broad support. It's not a Republican-Democrat thing. It's just about a taxpayer thing. We want you to own your own home, our homesteaded Floridians. We don't want to be in a situation where you've been paying taxes for 20 years, and if you stop paying, then they can just take your home. We also want to make it affordable for young people, young families, because property values have gone up. Even if they can afford the home, they're paying way more taxes than the same home would have cost if they had purchased it 10 years earlier and then had homestead to limit the valuation increases. So this is a huge issue, and we'll have some more to say about it, going forward. But because of the way Florida's tax structure is, this is a local function, and if you want to see relief in a real major way, it's got to go on the ballot in 2026, and then Florida voters have to approve it as an amendment to the Constitution. I've been very clear that we've got non-Floridians who own property, foreign. There's rich people from Brazil and all these people. They own a mansion in Miami or whatever. You have people that own Airbnbs. Obviously, we have commercial landowners, and they all do property tax. Our focus is on residential homesteaded Floridians, your primary residence, and whether can you own that free and clear, and the exemptions that you would get. So sometimes people say, oh, there's not going to be any revenue. No, all that other stuff will still be there. Interesting fact, in 2019, so this is the first year I was governor, local governments in Florida brought in $32 billion in property tax revenue. Today, they're bringing in $56 billion in property tax revenue. Now, yes, the state has grown. Yes, we've had inflation, And I'm not saying that, even like if you do inflation, population inflation adjusted, the nominal number will be higher. There's no question because of the underlying changes in Florida and the overall economy with the inflation. But that's almost doubling the revenue in 6 years that we're seeing. So the majority of the revenue is not homestead residential. It's non-resident, non-homestead residential, commercial, and investment. So you're talking about a fraction of this. So we have an opportunity to do something big. Now, some places have more wherewithal. Now, I think we've been showing, or Blaise and Goli has been showing, overspending, and we want to make sure that the taxpayers are getting breaks rather than have more spending. But put that aside. There's some communities, some counties that are fiscally constrained. We have 32 of them, and they're more rural, and they don't have the economic engine that an Orlando has, or that a South Florida has, or a Tampa, or a Jacksonville. And so I've put in the budget, and I'm not saying it's even going to be necessary, but I put in the budget enough money to completely 100% reimburse any homestead property tax reduction for those fiscally constrained counties. And so I don't want to, don't tell go tell your senator you're not going to have, no, you will have it. Now there's some people that say you shouldn't do that. But my view is it's a little more difficult maybe for some of them, and now eventually they're going to have to figure out. But if you look at the growth of the revenue that's come in, if you didn't have homestead, and just how the revenue from the non-homestead has grown, honestly, you'd be pretty close to where we are now, not too distant future, the way it is. Because people come and they'll buy a second home, they'll do this, and this tends to be at the higher end, so they're assessed higher, and they're paying more tax. But we have an opportunity to give people relief on this. So we're going to be working. I know there's been a lot of great work that is being discussed. I've been talking with some of the senators, but I know some House members are working on a lot of stuff. We got to be bold. We got to be strong, and we got to do something that's going to have a meaningful difference in people's lives and the lives of families. Otherwise, it just ain't gonna fly. So thanks everybody that's been a part of this. We've done a lot of great stuff. This shows, there's a lot of places where, the budget's like the worst thing to deal with because the outlook is so gloomy. The facts are so bad. They got some of these states are running massive shortfalls, this, that. You have a state now that has a maxed out rainy day fund, has major reserves. I mean, I think every year I've been governor has been record reserves. Like we had more at the height of COVID because I did Moving Florida Forward, tax cuts, all this other stuff. But pretty much every year I've been governor, I don't think there's any other year where there have been more reserves that we've had in our budget. And yet, I think if you go back to my first year and you do inflation and population adjusted, so the top line's higher, but I don't think you're going to see it that has been that much different over this period. I think it's been pretty stable. I think it's reflected population growth, and obviously you've had to adapt to a more inflationary environment. I mean, I have some projects I had to fund twice because of how much they went up because the inflation, pay $80 million one year, then you got to kick in another 40 or something, the next year. And it's like, I hate doing that. I have heartburn doing that. I want to veto that when I see that on my desk. Trust me, it just bugs me. But the reality is that's a function of what was going on with the economy. So we're in great shape. We got to keep the momentum going. And I want to thank everybody that's been involved. So we're going to hear from some of the stakeholders. So we'll start with education.
As they call up the Education Commissioner, we are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be right back and get you right back to this news conference. So keep it here.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. This is State Education Commissioner Kamoutsas speaking live right now in Orlando alongside the governor, who we just heard unveil some of the parts of the budget proposal, what would be Governor DeSantis' final budget proposal as he faces term limits. One of those things include $1.56 billion for teacher pay increases. Let's go ahead and listen in as the Education Commissioner speaks live now at this news conference in Orlando.
Of nearly $6 billion over the tenure of his administration. We know that high-quality teachers have a tremendous impact on students, which is why this continued investment in raising teacher pay is essential to ensuring every student has an exceptional teacher leading their instruction. The proposed budget will continue to also support school choice options for families, including funding for students to participate in the Family Empowerment Scholarship Program. This funding will further allow parents in every zip code to select the school that best fits their child's need, whether that's a public school, whether that's a private school, or a home education program. Just 2 years ago, roughly 250,000 students participated in Florida's scholarship program. Now we are at more than 500,000 students that are benefiting from these choice programs. Recently, a state auditor general report examined various funding accountability challenges associated with the scholarship program. And even before those audit findings were released, the department was already addressing ways to ensure that the program ran more smoothly and efficiently for this school year. The Auditor General recommended moving the Family Empowerment Scholarship into a separate silo of the public school funding formula. This is a smart and balanced solution, one that respects the growth of the scholarship program while ensuring that public schools are funded accurately and fairly. And I'm glad that this governor's budget aligns with that recommendation. The budget also includes $20 million for the Schools of Hope program, which is an increase of $14 million to provide critical funding for proven high-performing charter school operators to establish, open, and operate within the neighborhoods of Florida's chronically struggling public schools. Schools of Hope provide an additional option for families to access a world-class education for their child. In addition to school choice, Governor DeSantis has championed civics education through his tenure. With this proposed budget, he is continuing that commitment with enhanced investments to civics education and civics and debate initiatives. The proposed budget includes $3 million to support and expand the Florida Civics and Debate Initiative, which provides students critical thinking skills, speech and debate skills, civil discourse skills. And over the past 5 years, this program has grown from just 50 teams that were participating in our state to over 400 teams in every single county. Additionally, an allocation of $3 million, which is an increase of $2 million, will be dedicated to provide support to school districts for the improvement of civic literacy for Florida students using regional civics literacy captains and coaches. Also included in the budget is $1.5 million, and that's an increase of $1 million, to support teachers by providing civics professional learning opportunities. And I can't forget to mention there is $10 million in this budget, which is an increase of $6.5 million for the Civics Seal of Excellence program that will allow nearly 2,700 teachers to benefit from a $3,000 stipend for completing the course. Upskilling our educators will ensure that students will grow civic virtues that are essential to maintaining our constitutional republic. In addition to prioritizing K-12 education, Governor DeSantis has also emphasized post-secondary education and workforce education. The budget proposal allocates nearly $2 billion in state funding for the Florida college system, ensuring that all of our great 28 institutions receive the resources they need to strengthen their programs and better prepare students for high in-demand careers. And I want to thank the college presidents, I want to thank the Board of Trustees, I want to thank you, Governor, because we know that the impact that these colleges are having on their communities, for the local economy, as well as for these students to be able to go down workforce pathways and to be able to get great paying jobs, it's second to none. And so I thank them for doing it in an efficient manner, in a cost-effective manner, and so this is a great investment in our public college system. The budget also invests $800 million in workforce education programs, including $20 million specifically designated to create or expand pre-apprenticeships and apprenticeships, giving students more pathways to gain valuable hands-on experience and enter the workforce career ready. Since 2019, this governor has invested more than $12 billion in workforce education. With these additional investments, Florida will remain the top state for workforce education. The proposed budget also focuses on school safety with increased funding for school hardening and the Guardian program. $106 million total for school hardening. That includes $42 million for K-12 campuses and a new investment of $64 million for higher education. This new funding for higher education will provide $44 million for state colleges to implement hardening measures and $20 million for universities to install door locks on classrooms. Also included with school safety funding is $12.5 million for the Guardian program, which will maintain the $6.5 million for our school districts and a new investment of $6 million for higher education. That $6 million will provide $4.2 million for our state colleges and $1.8 million for universities to establish these Guardian programs on their campuses. This funding for school safety will ensure that students continue to have the resources needed to maintain safe and secure campuses statewide. It is clear that Governor DeSantis remains deeply committed to supporting education by making direct, strategic investments where they matter most, in our students, in our teachers, and in their safety. Despite the claims of unions, activist school board members, and the media, under Governor DeSantis' leadership, Florida is investing in education at record levels across multiple areas. Each of these investments play an important role in reinforcing and advancing Florida's public education system and will ensure that Florida continues to lead the nation in education excellence, opportunity, and school safety. Thank you, and God bless you.
The Education Commissioner there talking about some of the money in the budget for school safety initiatives, including school hardening measures. And now hearing from Dave Kerner. Before we do, though, we're going to step aside, take another quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. Keep it right here, and we'll get you right back to that news conference.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. This is Dave Kerner, the Executive Director of the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicles. He is speaking now in Orlando alongside several other state officials as Governor DeSantis unveils what he's calling his Floridians' first budget proposal, his final budget proposal as governor. Let's go ahead and listen in as this news conference continues right now at the Dr. Phillips Center.
Supports them, but it honors them. Two of the main issues that I wanted to speak about today that are critical to the public safety aspect of the department is the career development plan. The governor has supported this concept for as long as I've been executive director. We're thankful for that. I'm confident this will be the year that the Florida State Highway Patrol and other state troopers will receive, with this recommended budget, a career development plan. You can go to any agency. You can walk outside, and if you see an Orlando police officer or an Orange County deputy sheriff, you ask them, do you have a career development plan? They'll tell you yes. But at the Florida Highway Patrol, we do not. This is a pathway for sustainability, for retention. It provides a financial pathway and picture for state troopers to continue to serve the state of Florida and to continue to serve you as Florida motorists and Florida residents. I can't tell you how many state troopers I've interacted with in my 3 years who have said, Director, I love being a state trooper. I love our leadership. I love our governor, but I cannot, in good faith, stay at this agency unless there's a career development plan. And they have to transfer to Orlando Police or Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office. And in many respects, as a family man, it's an honest and fair decision to make. And so, Governor, thank you for supporting this concept. Thank you for supporting our state troopers. We've won also in the last 3 years, we've won every year the best looking cruiser contest nationwide, the black and tan, thank you. You know, some of it is that I think personally that our vehicle is the paint scheme, it's iconic. The other side of it is that troopers take a lot of pride in their equipment, and so whether you're getting pulled over by a state trooper or you're driving by one down the highway, the car is probably going to look clean and well taken care of. But the truth is, if you were to sit in that car, which is their office, over, I think, 90% of our fleet has over 90,000 miles on it, and that's above the recommended mileage. And so this, for pursuit vehicles, so this budget has a deep investment in renewing and refreshing our fleet. If you look at what we've paid for the Dodge Charger 2 or 3 years ago, the cost of the acquisition of that pursuit vehicle has gone up over 50%. And so these vehicles are important to not just your public safety, but to the safety of the trooper driving them. And so, Governor, thank you for supporting our number 2 priority, which is a reinvestment in our fleet. On the motor services side, and as we know, the state is growing. Net immigration is at record levels in the state of Florida. There's a reason why. We have a governor that takes care of the state of Florida and the people. We have an education system that is top-notch, and I think that one of the most important issues is also our residents feel safe and are safe here in the state of Florida, and there's an emphasis on public safety. But this budget also invests millions of needed dollars into our infrastructure and IT infrastructure for motor services, our credentialing, our licensing, our registrations. All of those are very important for convenience, first of all, but also for public safety. It's important that we have the correct cybersecurity systems and that we're properly credentialing folks that are moving to our state and getting the license. And so I'm excited about this budget proposal. I'm very thankful for the governor's leadership of the state of Florida and his emphasis on public safety, and it's an honor, sir, to work for you, and it's an honor to work on your behalf. Thank you.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Governor, and thank you for the privilege of joining such an elite team of agency commissioners and directors, as well as the opportunity to rapidly deliver a state guard that you envision for Florida that's appropriate to the public safety challenges, not just for today, but also for tomorrow. Governor, your proposed budget returns the Florida State Guard to a resourcing level that is necessary to fulfill the roles and responsibilities we have in emergency management and public safety that are charged in state law, things we're supposed to do, such as supporting our essential requirements in emergency response and public safety, but also to train to the same high levels and standards as we do our great Florida National Guard, and to do so in conjunction with state and local agencies. Ladies and gentlemen, the governor's budget proposal will allow the Florida State Guard to resume full recruiting, training, operations, and maintenance programs across our emergency management and our public safety portfolio. The governor's budget restores the Florida State Guard's mission readiness, and it returns the State Guard to a growth trajectory needed to sustain our capacity to support our communities in need year-round. In the last 3 years since our governor reconstituted the Florida State Guard, we have been activated 18 times. That's an average of our state calling upon us every other month for the past 3 years, and these phenomenal volunteer soldiers providing critical support to numerous emergency support functional areas. As an example, in a single 90-day period alone, the Florida State Guard activated 94% of our soldiers to provide critical community resilience support across 18 counties, and that included going to help Floridians in other states where their governors failed them. These Category 3, Category 4 hurricanes, these are tornadoes, these are out-of-season river flooding, these are winter storms, and more. The federal requirements that are also levied on our understrained Florida National Guard continue to increase, and that reduces their available forces for statewide emergency response while they focus on their primary warfighting mission areas. As Director Kerner mentioned, the increasing public safety requirements, especially in the air and maritime domains, countering illegal immigration, countering trafficking, are areas where the Florida State Guard is already augmenting local and state law enforcement agencies so their sworn officers can perform their primary missions. These are just daily examples of where the Florida State Guard serves as a critical cornerstone of the state's emergency response and the public safety system. Our ground, air, marine, and special missions units have all been credited with life-saving actions. These are high-risk mission sets, and they require high-quality, competent, effective, safe, and fiscally sustainable training programs. The Florida State Guard costs substantially less to the taxpayer than any other agency or the National Guard that operates in this space. We cost less per man hour, less per Marine engine hour, less per flight hour. The governor's budget proposal improves significantly over the current year's reduced authorizations. For example, with the governor's budget, we can guarantee year-round responsiveness, we can guarantee scale, we can guarantee endurance anywhere you need us. We can reduce the substantial risk exposure to our soldiers that are operating in these dangerous mission areas by ensuring they stay trained, they stay qualified and credentialed to required state and federal standards. We can properly maintain our high-value air, maritime, and our amphibious rescue assets. We can resume entry-level training to bring in new volunteers rather than turning away hundreds of Floridians that call us every month wanting to join, refreshing our ranks with new experience. And most importantly, the governor's budget will allow us to return full-time to our communities, partnering, training, and operating along our emergency management and our public safety agencies on a weekly and a monthly basis. Sir, thank you for your relentless leadership, your drive, your boldness. Your budget again provides for a fiscally responsible and sustainable State Guard. Your budget preserves taxpayer investments and ensures the right resources are matched against the right requirements. Thank you very much.
Okay. And one thing I didn't mention that people will see in terms of, there's a lot of continuity in what we're doing. Obviously, Stasi talked about the education, but that we've been doing that, right? We're building on it, teacher pay, total budget, all that stuff, civics, universities, environment. We've been doing that. We started very boldly on Everglades. We've been doing all that. Transportation, again, building off of it. One thing that we're doing that is more than we've done is corrections, to be able to pay correction officers more to retain them, and then to be able to hire new, because, I think most people have figured out, I don't like releasing people from prison, right? You serve your sentence, that's one thing. We don't release early. And so we want to make sure people are held accountable. But the reality with that is, even though crime's at a 50-year low, partially because people are held accountable and they're doing. So you need to be able to do that. So you'll see more FTEs for corrections. I think the budget leaves us, for my tenure, a net reduction of state employees of about 1,000. But there will be an increase for corrections, and there'll also be money. I think we're probably at about 450 or 470 million for these corrections enhancements. And, it got to the point where, I had National Guard and stuff to help because they're making so little money, you could make more at Wawa. And so I'm just thinking, would you rather be watching some very violent people, or would you rather be making toasted subs and make more money? I mean, seriously, it's not the best vocation. I mean, there's risks involved. It's tough work. And if you can make more money and just, it's some other stuff, people are going to do that. So we've done big increase. We've gotten it better. But we do need to get more just to be competitive, just to make sure we can retain people. But ultimately, that's part of the consequence from having policies where you want to be strong on crime. Every time there's ever been any talk of releasing early, I don't do it. I don't think it's worked anywhere. And we have truth in sentencing in Florida. You go, you do the crime, you do the time, and I think that's what we got to keep that, because if we turned our back on that, you would see the crime rate go up. So the correction budget reflects, I think, that philosophy. Okay, do we got any questions back there? Do you want to talk about that? Because I know Stassi and I have been talking about it, but he's very well read on it.
Yeah, so that's what I mentioned in my, when I was up here presenting. This budget does reflect one of those recommendations, but we were intentional in going into the school year to get ahead of it. And so in the cross-checking process, we're actually working with the districts to verify that the students that are saying they're receiving the scholarship are in fact receiving the scholarship. If there's any dispute, we pause the money, we make sure we get to the bottom of it, and then we ensure that the process moves forward properly so that the money goes to where it needs to go. Well, I think we would address the legislation as it comes, and we'll look at it, but I'm saying with respect to the response of the audit report itself, those are some of the actions that the department's done already to get ahead of the issues.
I mean, the one thing, and there may be legislation, maybe the department, but the way this stuff funds, it's like the bodies, right? And you have people moving around a lot. We've discussed, is there going to be just a window? Okay, you make the decision, and then it's not kind of keep going back, because that has impacted some of because it's just the way it's calculated, right? And we want to have certainty. So there may be ways to be able to do that, and I know they're working on some of the stuff. So I wouldn't say that we're opposed to the idea of legislation. We're just going to have to look at it and see how it comes. So the immigration detention. So remember, we were leading the country and assisting DHS with the mission. DHS didn't have the resources to get the job done. We stepped up. Some other states have followed. But the one thing they asked us was to help with they needed a place to process, detain before they could do removal, because there's a bureaucracy involved, right? I mean, it is what it is. So, but they said this is reimbursable. So I still hear people saying, oh, Floridians, this one. Like, they're reimbursing everything we're doing, right? So what we're doing is saving Floridians tax money for sure, because all the operations are reimbursed, so we're even Steven on that. But illegal immigration costs taxpayers. It costs taxpayers with medical. It costs taxpayers with education. It costs taxpayers when we have car accidents. I mean, you get hit by an illegal alien, do you think you're going to get an insurance payment from them if they're at fault? No, of course not. So there's all those different things. So that definitely saves. So I just think it's important to just stress, because the media said, oh, they're spending all this money. And they would, when they would submit for bids, they would say, what's the possible? And they were trying to say they spent $600 million on alligator rock. That's not the way it works. So that's missed. But they make it sound like, you don't know you're going to. Now we know. DHS has confirmed that. We actually have gotten reimbursed for stuff already. So that's just that. So what we're doing for our budget purpose is not hitting this at all. DHS is reimbursed. We're saving because obviously there's a drag on taxpayer resources when you have people here illegally. So we have opened one up in Northeast Florida called the Deportation Depot in Baker County. We are in the process of doing one in the Panhandle, and then we're also in the process of doing another one in the southern half of the state. Now, I said this from the beginning. This is not permanent. DHS should handle all of this, right? And in a perfect world, they would have the facilities. They've got Chrome down in Miami. They don't, honestly, in Florida, they have very little. And so we've had to supplement. But the minute that they have what they need, then we obviously would not, we're not just doing this for our health. We're doing it because there's a need to do it. So I'd anticipate that, you may see the Panhandle and and another one in the southern half of the state. But that also will then affect some of these others because, how much are they doing? How much do you have to have? What personnel? I mean, if you have a steady flow of the census is 500, that's a lot different than if the census is 2,000, right? So we work through all that, but it's all reimbursed, and we want to be able to do. And even like Alligator Alcatraz, we'll get we're reimbursed. So it's not like it's a net, but like some of the cost of that is, wastewater removal, and so that there's no runoff from the airport to anywhere in the local environment. And people said, oh, you're going to hurt the environment. No, we're containing that all. But then they say, well, you're spending money. Well, you can't have. So at the end of the day, I think a lot of those folks, they just don't want to see immigration enforcement, period. I mean, obviously, you see some of these anti-ICE protesters in Portland and whatnot. And another thing I point out, because the media has been talking about, you have, in Alligator Alcatraz, some of this, you have a lot of criminal aliens. If you look at their rap sheets, you got people that are sexual predators. You got people that have committed, really serious offenses. They shouldn't have been in this country to begin with. And now they're making claims, oh, they're being abused. None of that is substantiated. When the media says that, understand, they're just taking the word of that. They said, oh, in Chrome. Now, we're not involved with Chrome. That's DHS. But they're like, oh, Chrome, they're putting you in this black box or whatever. And they drew an artist rendering of it. Well, how come nobody has taken a pic? How come nobody's seen it? We asked DHS, are you doing it? No, we're not doing it. It's fabricated. And it's interesting because when we set up the first one, again, the feds asked us to help. So they set it up down at the airport in the Everglades. And I'm walking through this in like a thing, and I'm like, and they've got this and that and mess hall and this and that. And I'm like, do you really need to have all this stuff? Because honestly, I thought it was over the top, everything that they had there. Library and this. And they're like, well, we don't want to be in a situation where we're being accused of mistreating them. I was like, they are going to accuse you of that no matter what. You put them up in the Ritz-Carlton, they are going to accuse you of doing that. That's the narrative. That's what these people do. But none of that has been substantiated, and it's all based off just, accusations of people that are, quite frankly, have violated laws in this country in a really, really big way. I'll leave that to Blaise Ngolia, our CFO. He's been a very big advocate for taxpayers. I mean, honestly, probably the best that we've seen of anyone in state government that I can think of. Very much a bulldog on this. But, he actually made some comments. He did Orlando City, and he actually said they did a better job than the county. And he gave them credit on some of the things that they were doing. And he's going after red counties, too. Big-time red counties that he's going after. And so I think but it all goes back to the tidbit I mentioned in the opening remarks. If we were here in 2019, local governments were taking in $32 billion in property tax statewide. Today, they're taking in $56 billion. And I would just ask, I know we've had population, I know we've had inflation, but accounting for that, that's still a massive increase, right? And I just think are your services, is everything so much better as a result of that? And I think most people would say there's not really been a change, right? And so, you've had properties get valued higher. And first of all, we don't know how long that's going to last. The market goes up and down. You have people that bought a home 10 years ago for $300,000, and now they're being told it's worth $1 million. Maybe. But they never sold it for $1 million. Nobody ever paid them $1 million. You're just telling them it's worth $1 million. What? Because one down the street went? So you have this situation where there's been a gusher of property tax revenue, and they've been spending it. That's what they've been doing. They've been spending it. So we look at and say, okay, what can we do to make a difference? We've done all the tax relief. We've done different things with infrastructure. We've done things with education. I mean, in Florida, Your kid, you don't have to pay for baby items tax on that. You can do a Florida prepaid, and then they go for that, and that's a really good deal. But even if you don't, you pay, very little compared to every other state in the country for college, this, that. So we try to do. But property tax, it's biting people. The car insurance, we did the reform on it. And the homeowners insurance, we did that a few years ago. It was very difficult to do because there's a lot of stakeholders there, and people make a lot of money off this system, kind of the way it was. So we had to do reforms there. And now, auto insurance, everyone's filing rate reductions. State Farm is filing rate, all these stuff. And so some people are like, well, I didn't get a reduction. I'm like, did you shop around? They're like, no. I'm like, well, you got to shop around. If somebody knows you're going to pay a certain amount, they're going to keep taking it. You got to show them that you're willing to go somewhere else. So that's all. But Progressive is now in the process of refunding $1 billion to policyholders solely because of the reforms that we did. And I think you're looking at every major auto carrier is going to have probably an average of 10% as they come. Homeowners, you had Peninsula. I think they did an 8% reduction. That's our biggest home insurer. You've had 17 companies now enter the market. And so like people say, how does it go? They're not just, if it's one company, they're not just going to lower it because they're nice. That's not the way business works. They lower it because they have to. They lower it because there's competition and you can go somewhere else. That is how you put a downward pressure on it. It is not through the kindness of their heart, and it is not through government setting prices. If it was as easy to set the price, hell, I'd sign a bill to say you pay $1 a month, right? If that's what it would do, but we know that's not how it works. So you're going to see more of that, and we didn't have a storm this year, and so that was a big deal. So now people are looking and saying like, man, Florida, and then even some of the hurricanes we've had. Hurricane Milton, it came through. I think I'm doing like CNBC the next morning. And like Governor DeSantis, some estimated now you're at $51 billion. And I'm like, how the hell would you know? Like literally, the morning after the storm, you can assess $51 billion? No, you can't. But they were saying that, and it ended up being about $5 billion in terms of this. And so I think we're resilient to these storms because the stuff that's been built in the last 20 years holds up a lot better. Now, some of the areas that they built more low-lying, that's an issue with flood, but in terms of the wind and all that. So I think people have more confidence in the market, but that's been a huge pinch. So there's relief now with the auto. We're seeing, and citizens insurance, that got to be like 1.3 million people. The problem with that is if there was a big storm, they don't have the money to be able to do. Now, you've had a lot go in the private sector because these new companies are coming in. So now it's down to, I think it's probably about 400,000 and may even be below that. Well, guess what? Well, now that's solvent. So they're going to be able to do a reduction, certainly for Florida, primary homeowners. So those are good trends, but it's not something that we fully control. What we fully control, we meaning the people through our Constitution, is the tax. You can choose to tax something, you can choose not to. You can choose to lower it. Obviously, we wouldn't choose to increase, and it wouldn't pass if you put it on the ballot. So that's what we're doing. So it's really all about helping people be able to realize the American dream, and that may be raising the family. It may be you're on a fixed income and you need to stay in your home, and the taxes are tough, and we don't want someone to have to sell their home because they can't afford the tax. So all those things I think are very important to us. But it all goes back into, I think what Blaze's efforts is showing is, there's been a lot of increases in spending that hasn't necessarily moved the needle in terms of your quality of life, right? And it'd be one thing if there were things that were just, but 6 years ago it was $32 billion. Now it's $56 billion. It's almost doubling in 6 years. And forget about even obviously we want it to be benefit taxpayers, but put the taxpayer aside. Is it sustainable to almost double budgets every 6 or 7 years? No. I mean, like, you obviously can't do that. And part of it was a unique set of circumstances because we had such a rush to Florida and the property values really went up. But man, that's pretty dramatic to go from 32 to 56 billion. So here's the issue with Schools of Hope. Because a lot of the stuff you hear, I mean, honestly, it does. If you know the underlying issue, it doesn't make sense. So Schools of Hope, this is not we're going to go into Windermere and do a school, or we're going to go into Palm Beach and do a school. They are going to the toughest areas that we have, where a lot of people have given up on some of these students, and they are going in there and they are going to create an environment where these kids can learn. And they did it in New York City. What's the aptitude of Success Academy? 93% reading, 96% math. What's the average is like 60%, 50 some? 57, 58. So they've gone into the worst areas in terms of opportunity. They're going to the most at risk, and they're 90+%. So that's what they're doing. They're going areas where no one else wants to go. And so one of the things that the legislature put in this bill, which I think is good, is, okay, if you have a school that's not using facilities, if they need the facilities, they get it, 100%. But if they're not using it, the School of Hope can go in, use existing facilities, which saves taxpayers money, by the way, because this is there, that's there, and then they're able to go and do schooling, using those resources. So the actual school, wasn't using that. Now, look, if you have excess property, you want to sell it or something, they're entitled to do that. Of course they can do that. It's their property. But if you have vacant buildings and they're just sitting idle, Schools of Hope has an ability to go in and do it. And it isn't going to be, I'm hearing like places in like, some of these more affluent areas like complaining, you ain't going to have Schools of Hope there. It isn't going to affect you. We're going to go in areas where kids need a lifeline. And this is not going to be, it's not going to be 100 schools. I think what kind of set off some of this is you had one operator submit like 60 applications or 100 applications. It was ridiculous. And the department said, why are you doing this? You're not going to get that. And that told people like, oh, well, yeah, even in Sarasota and even in here, they're going to come in and take some of the school, that my Sally or my Johnny goes to. No, that's not what's going to happen. So you're talking about some hard areas in Miami, probably Fort Lauderdale, Broward County, probably Orlando, maybe Tampa, maybe Jacksonville, and that's what it'll be. So the mission is very clear. It's a difficult mission, but at least with Success Academy, you have an operator who's been able to do some really, really great things. And so my view as the governor is, every single kid in this state has some God-given ability. And it's the job of the parents, but also the education. Get that ability out to come to the forefront. And it's easier in sometimes than others. Sometimes, honestly, the school has to do very little because the parents are really driving it.
Governor DeSantis talking about Schools of Hope right now at this news conference in Orlando. We're going to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we will be back with more live news coverage in just a few minutes.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. This is U.S. Attorney Greg Kehoe speaking live right now in Tampa, just walking up to the podium to talk about arrests made in an international gun trafficking ring. Let's go ahead and listen in as the U.S. Attorney gives the details about those arrests and the federal charges those suspects are now facing.
The following charges are before you, and I think you have the indictment. It's a conspiracy to traffic firearms with all defendants, firearms trafficking and dealing in licenses, dealing in firearms without a license. The four defendants: Tyler Corbin is a Tampa resident. He was a Canadian citizen with permanent residency. He was a supplier of the firearms to this organization. The other supplier was Edward Noel. He's a Canadian citizen. He's currently in Canadian custody. He was likewise a purchaser and a supplier. The individual who was trafficking the weaponry to Canada was Alfredo Santana. He is likewise a U.S. citizen. He was arrested in Miami. The other defendant, Omar Singate, is a Canadian citizen. He is in custody in Canada. And the last defendant that you have before you in the indictment is Arif Juman. He is a Canadian citizen, and he is a fugitive as we speak. In addition to the firearms trafficking, Corbin himself is charged with the conspiracy to possess with intent to distribute fentanyl. The evidence will reflect during the course of this that weaponry was in fact paid for in several instances with narcotics. The U.S. Attorney's Office, of course, would like to thank the work of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms for their outstanding work in conjunction with the Homeland Security Investigations, HSI, and we'd also like to thank the Canadian Border Services Agency for helping in this matter. Let me be very clear to you, ladies and gentlemen, this investigation continues. It is far from over. We're going to get to the bottom of this trafficking organization, which is extensive, and our fellow neighbors to the front have suffered the brunt of that weaponry coming across the border, and we will, in conjunction with the Canadian authorities, obviously with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms at the lead, in conjunction with HSI, we will put an end to this. At this time, I'd like to bring up Acting Special Agent in Charge Cheryl Harold to discuss this matter a bit further. Cheryl, let me give you the podium.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Cheryl Harrell. I'm the Acting Special Agent in Charge of ATF's Tampa Field Division. I'm proud to join U.S. Attorney Kehoe this afternoon. Today's announcement is a sneak peek into the complex story about a sophisticated transnational criminal organization that until recently fueled violent crime in Canada for sheer profit. The group's patterns of activity span from October of 2023 to June of 2024, and included purchasing and trafficking firearms and deadly drugs that were later linked to homicides, shootings, and clandestine drug labs across the border. Fortunately, this type of case falls squarely into ATF's mission. We find and arrest the worst of the criminals, including those who sponsor gun violence, and bring them to justice. We began investigating this 5-person enterprise in May of 2024 and have left no stone unturned. From Canada to Florida, where ATF arrested Alfredo Santana in Miami on December the 4th, and also Tyler Corbin in Tampa on December the 8th. From the beginning, ATF set out to achieve 3 objectives. First and foremost was to objectively follow the facts and intelligence wherever they led us. Second, we identified the group's hierarchy and prioritized criminal charges. Third, we deconstructed the enterprise's pattern of activities to obtain criminal charges, which are outlined in the July 2025 federal indictment. I won't reveal the operational details of this case because it's still active, but we can confirm that at least 29 illegally trafficked firearms have already been directly linked to crime scenes in Canada. The good news is that this transnational criminal organization is no longer in business in Canada or in the United States, and we're all much safer today because of it. The defendants named this afternoon face serious charges for fueling violent crime, and thanks to the relentless determination of the men and women of ATF and our law enforcement partners, the Canada Border Services Agency, HSI's Fort Lauderdale Field Office, and of course our federal prosecutors, With that, I'll hand the podium back to U.S. Attorney Kehoe.
Thank you, Cheryl. One thing I overlooked is obviously the profit motive here. The profit motive is significant. For instance, just as an example, if you go to a federal firearms licensee, you can purchase a Glock hand pistol for approximately $500. It is being sold in the black market in Canada for $5,000. So the profit is quite enormous. The same is true with AR-15s and AK-47s. They're being sold up in Canada for approximately $10,000 a piece. So if anybody's looking for a reason why this is being done, that's the reason, because there's a lot of money involved. Any questions?
How much does this shine a light on the difficulty in preventing gun crime when the main things that authorities seem to deal with are A, stolen guns, and B, guns that can't be tracked through legitimate purchases?
Well, let's take that. These particular guns, for instance, the federal firearms licensees filled out multiple purchase forms, and that has greatly assisted in this investigation. So they did the right thing. These weapons were purchased for cash, in most instances in cash, and those forms were filled out. Now, that's when you go to an FFL. There is oftentimes a person-to-person sale that doesn't trigger a FFL licensee. So those are a bit more difficult to track, but we did track many of these weapons that were purchased by Corbin through the multiple sales purchase forms.
Can you describe what else this group was doing, how you found them, what they do here in town, that sort of thing?
Well, to be very frank with you, the weapon that was seized at a homicide scene in Canada we tracked it back, ATF tracked it back to a purchase by Corbin approximately 31 days before the homicide took place. That's what...
A legal purchase.
A legal purchase. A legal purchase that he made of that weapon was tracked back by ATF to Tampa, and that began the investigation. That began the investigation with ATF, HSI, and the Canadian authorities, where multiple weapons were seized at various crime locations. As we said, we have 29. We have reason to believe there are significantly more weapons involved here than the 100+ that we know about. We think that it's well into 200, and as this goes on, we will in fact come up with more seizures. I'm confident of that. But that's how it happened. It started very small, came back to us, and we went from there.
You don't believe they're hooked into a larger organization, and this is only 5 guys. Is it just them running this ring?
Well, I mean, this is an organization that is involved in a variety of other things that the investigation, as it unfolds, will develop and is being developed by the Canadian authorities. This is just one small aspect of it, and that has to do with their firearms purchases. How does a criminal organization get firearms? They use a system such as this, where they're purchasing weapons and then smuggling them into Canada. So don't look at this organization as just those involved in firearms. I submit to you that it's going to be more significant than that as this moves on.
So most of these folks could also face Canadian charges as well.
That's right. In matters in addition to firearms. This shouldn't be just a narrow scope that just is of firearms. This piece that we have here involving this weapon coming out of our backyard here involves firearms going to an organization in Canada that's involved in a multiple different aspects of activity.
I know you said that, this is far from being over this investigation. You all are going to get to the bottom of this. Anything that you can disclose, can you explain, what are the next steps here to really ending this organization that you all have identified?
We are going to continue to work with our our partners in Canada, ATF and HSI, and attempt to track down every weapon that this organization purchased and what happened to it. It's not sufficient that we know that it was just purchased. What happened to that weapon? And of course, we would like to try to find out what happened with that weaponry before we seize it at another crime scene. That doesn't help that we have but it helps the investigation. But what we would ultimately like to do is to seize weapons before they end up at a homicide scene. Unfortunately, in this case, it happened on 3 different occasions. So we try to prevent that as we move into the future. That's the goal. That's the goal. The last individual is yet to be arrested. Juman, Jhuman. He's a Canadian citizen as well. He's wanted in Canada on other issues. So we just don't have a handle on him right now. He's not in custody. I will tell you that. I mean, I would be remiss if I even attempted to answer that question because I just don't know.
If I could ask, a couple weeks ago we were here and you did a press conference announcing the arrest of several suspects who were trafficking AI computer chips.
Yes.
This week, the president made sales like that legal to China. You spoke very passionately about the need to keep that technology out of Chinese hands. A, are you surprised by what the president did? And B, do you have any reaction to the president doing this? And does it jeopardize your investigation?
I'm not conversant for what was actually sold. The key to that particular sale was the disclosure. AI technology falls into a multiple different categories. What is the license for? And when you have a license, who is it going to? The case that we had here were pieces of AI equipment that were going into an AI technology to facilitate potential weapons development. Then they were making those sales through Thailand and the Philippines. That's a much different situation. When you go in and you get a license from the Department of Commerce, or whomever you're getting that license from, DOD possibly, and then you're disclosing we are selling X, Y, and Z to those folks. That's a much different thing. The technology that was being sold or being pilfered and sold indirectly to the People's Republic of China was never disclosed, and the forms that we used, that the licenses that were obtained were false and not disclosed. Now, I will tell you that the United States does not sell every piece of AI equipment to anybody that wants it throughout the world. I can tell you that confidently, and that is why it's important to kind of pinpoint what feature of AI is being sold. So it's difficult to just say with a broad brush. Yes.
You're comfortable with that?
Oh, I'm not saying I'm comfortable with it. I'm saying that I don't know enough about the individual facts of that sale in order to give you a fulsome answer. And I don't want to mislead you and say, oh, I'm comfortable with this and I'm comfortable with that, when I'm not sure exactly what was being sold. Clearly, the authorities in the United States made a decision that whatever was sold was appropriate. Sir.
Can you give us more details on the weapons that were actually trafficked? You said an AK-47 at one point, but
They were Glocks mostly. The vast majority of them were handguns. A Glock is a very, very desirable weapon, very expensive. It's one that is very desirable among organizations. There were AK-47s, AR-15s as well. Not as many as Glocks, but I would say, you know, if we look at the 100-plus breakdown, 75, maybe 80% are handguns, the rest are long guns.
what about this particular, this weapon that was used in that homicide that Corbin bought here in Tampa and used? Can you give me details on that particular weapon?
I think that was a handgun, was it not? Yeah, you know, Cheryl informs me it was a handgun.
Was Corbin the only individual in this organization purchasing firearms?
No, as I think I noted before, and the other purchaser, the other supplier was Edward Noel. Those two were the ones that were involved in the purchase, and Santana was one of the was one of the individuals that was moving it up to Canada.
And do we know? Do you guys have records since they were purchasing legally about how many firearms are registered to each individual?
The breakdown of that number I don't have at this point. I would say that of the ones we have, for instance, the 100-plus that we named in indictment, the vast majority of those were made by Corbin purchases. That being said, Noel made purchases as well.
And were they legally being taken over the border going through? I would figure they would have to claim that as they crossed into Canada. Were they doing it legally like that, or were they kind of smuggling it throughout, going without going?
The indications are that they're smuggling it. They're engaging the activities of a federal firearms licensee, which they are not. They're trafficking in those firearms, and they are acting like a dealer. So, no, they were smuggling it into Canada.
Do you have details of the homicide itself? Who was killed? Who did the shooting?
I do not. With all due respect, I do not. I don't have details on the Canadian homicide. Do you have? No.
And then can you just describe as best you can, you may not be able to at all, but how you found this group, what sort of tip led you to them?
Well, it started with a particular homicide that we will look back at where this gun came from, what was going on. We had the multiple sales reports coming in, and it took some time to piece together who was involved in this. Then, of course, without going into operational details, there were search warrants that were executed on communication devices, which I'm sure you can imagine. We started to get some communication. It went from there. It wasn't something that just happened overnight. And throughout it all, we continued to stay in contact, on ATF, stay in contact with our friends in Canada to get the additional information and other weaponry. So this was all going on at the same time, but it did take a significant amount of time. It's, in fact, a couple of years.
In the U.S., would these guns have been worth much less than they are in Canada, just given the difference in availability of firearms?
Well, I mean, if you can purchase a weapon and go into a federal firearms licensee and buy a Glock, you can get it for significantly less than what $5,000 as of being sold in Canada. I'm not really conversant on what the pricing is for all Glock weaponry. I know there is a scale depending on the caliber, but yeah, you can. They made significant amount of money to doing it up there, which is the reason why they were doing it.
What did Mr. Corbin do before he got involved?
That's a good question.
Was this all he was doing?
He had
Anything like that?
well, he had no visible means of support, is what I can tell you.
Do you have any sense of how these 5 folks came together and started working together?
Well, part of that is operational at this point, and I just can't get into how they became associates. I can just tell you they were.
And just this is also just kind of a clarifying question. You say these crimes happened between October of 23 and June of 24. Can you explain kind of why the indictment took an additional 13 months? Was that because arrests were beginning to be made in June of 24? Why did they stop trafficking then?
Well, let me stop you right there. Number one, this investigation hasn't stopped, so I'm not saying they stopped prior to their arrest, but this is what our investigation developed, and the decision was made in conjunction with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms that this has to end, and we have to make an arrest and obviously take these people off the street from doing what they're doing.
Did you get a sense that they were on deal, that they knew that they were being investigated, or were there changes in their behavior or their activity?
I can't answer that question. I can't answer that question, and part of it is I just don't know. Anybody that's involved in a criminal organization who is careful is always changing their MO, and they're always changing how they're doing business. Now, I don't. That may just come from the fact that people are in that business and change because you don't want to have habits there that are being tracked by law enforcement, or whether or not they were onto something. We don't have any indications that they were all onto something right away.
Are they involved in trafficking guns that are winding up in the hands of criminals in the U.S.? Have they been linked to any local cases?
The only guns that we have found of the 29 that we've tracked back here are guns that were seized in Canada. That's not to say that they might not develop. I'm just telling you what we know right now. 29 were in crimes in Canada. That was seized by law enforcement in Canada.
Do you think that's just because it's more lucrative, just because they can get much more money for a gun in Canada than they could in the United States?
I don't know. I guess it's all about what the market can bear. If in fact you can go into a federal firearms licensee here and buy a Glock at significantly less, and it's a bit more difficult in Canada, that profit motive makes it incentivizes they're bringing those guns across the border for sale. That was the incentive.
Needing the money.
Well, of course. I mean, if you're buying a weapon, buying a handgun for $500 and you're selling it for $5,000, that's a significant markup. Any other questions, folks? Thank you very much. Have a good day. If we don't talk again, I think we probably will talk again. But if we don't, have a good holiday. Thank you.
U.S. Attorney Greg Kehoe wrapping up a press conference right now in Tampa where he was talking about the arrests in connection with an international gun trafficking ring. 2 of those arrests made in Florida, one of them in Miami, one of them in Tampa, one of them still not arrested at this point. This was a ring that had stretched all the way to Canada, according to investigators. Some of the guns they say they found on murder scenes, just to give you an idea of the gravity of these guns that were being trafficked across international lines. We're talking more than 100 guns. In fact, that number may be more than 200, according to the U.S. Attorney, many of them Glock handguns. We are going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Another busy day of interim committee meetings in Tallahassee. As we talked about yesterday, it is AI week in the Florida House, and so many of the hearings in the on the House side are looking at different issues and artificial intelligence. So I want to give you a live look right now inside the Florida House Education Administration Subcommittee. They're having a discussion right now on AI in the education system. This is the first of two hearings looking at AI in school systems today. The second one later is the Student Academic Success Subcommittee, where they're going to be talking about policy, parental rights, guardrails, all those kinds of things. This is looking a little bit higher up from the education administration standpoint. But let's go ahead and listen in as we are hearing the lawmakers in Tallahassee have the chance to ask some questions of the Southern Regional Education Board, one of the regional compacts, and this group is giving this presentation and now answering some questions. So let's go ahead and listen in live.
It is being their higher ed agency is the point agency leading and facilitating that work, being the one that's kind of what we call the constant nag, bringing all of the stakeholders to the table and hearing about the different ways in which we need to implement many of these recommendations that we've made as a commission.
Thank you. Follow up?
So you've anticipated my second question very well, which was, can you share with us how other states have progressed in this arena? You've given us the example of Mississippi. Are there others?
There's others. Tennessee is another state that is also taking a lead in the area of AI and has created not only a statewide network, but now is doing regional networks where it's really bringing together school districts with their feeder pattern into their state university systems, along with local industries within those regions to address the AI needs.
Thank you, sir. And again, we appreciate your presentation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Representative Mooney, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. AI obviously is now controlling the world, it seems like. When you talk about a compact and you talk about the regions, I've dealt with this in the environmental side for many years. But one thing I've known from a long time ago is that the compact itself is very nice, it's holistic, but then every region has a different sort of approach to education in this case and how it's going to work for them. So what's the thought process when you start to share what Mississippi learned through all of their efforts versus what other state and how it's going to impact Florida? So we don't want to reinvent the wheel. If it's working really well in Mississippi, well, obviously we'd like to probably glean some of the information that's working for them, even though it may not be apples to apples. I just want to make sure that we don't reinvent the wheel and have to spend extra dollars, extra time. That would be, detrimental to the overall process of moving forward in the compact.
You're recognized.
Yes. Definitely, that's one of the things we've tried to do through this compact and this commission work is that as we've gone through each one of these topics, we've tried to find a promising practice in the state and highlight it and share how other states could take that and to modify it to meet the needs of their state. And so we have a repository of what's going on. If you go to our website, you can see standards, policies that have been adopted in all 50 states, not just the SRAB region, but you can definitely click on the southern region and go deeper in what each of these states are doing around policies. We've also created, as I've mentioned several times, these checklists, especially around procurement. It's a long checklist around procurement of the questions that you should be asking when you're in the design phase and the implementation phase and then the sustainability phase. These are great checklists that you can use and modify to be specific to your state and your region, as well as sample templates to be used in the needs assessments that we would hope that districts as well as post-secondary institutions will use. We are also in the process of finalizing 2 other publications that will be released soon, and those are around what professional development should look like and a framework of that professional development, as well as that list of identified professional development providers. And we're finishing up our blocks, what we're called in building blocks of what AI implementation should look like in the post-secondary sector. The K-12 work is already out there. We're now finishing up the post-secondary piece. But it has pieces that can be modified for each state.
Thank you. Follow up? Thank you. Representative Gossett-Seidman, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yes, sir, thank you very much for traveling here to engage with us and provide us with some information we can take back to our own districts over the break coming up. I wondered if you can propose or explain like one AI use case that we could learn from that would have had, just made some notes here, on time savings and impact of service quality for schools. Is there something you can give us an example, a concrete, and how do you know if it would be making a difference?
Madam Chair?
You're recognized.
I apologize. I don't know if I can give you one case right now, but I could find that out and share that information with you. I definitely would like to speak to, we've had different work groups, and I'd like to share some of those from both a K-12 and a post-secondary perspective.
Thank you. Representative Gossett-Seidman, if you could save that question too for our panelists, I think with what they've been implementing in their own schools and institutions, they may be able to answer that specifically.
Thank you.
Representative Alvarez, you're recognized for a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for that presentation. It's everything that we continue to learn of what's happening with new technology. As you know, AI will advance pretty fast and it'll start growing. What would be your recommendation on how often should the Commission meet to discuss the policies and best practices?
You're recognized.
So we recommend that these networks, state network could possibly meet quite often at the beginning. I would see it as it gets going. Most of the time they meet, I know Mississippi's was meeting monthly when they first started, and now they don't meet as often, but it has a pretty regular cadence of meetings. But as on a regional level, I would highly recommend that if you have a regional network, that it meet quarterly. I can share with you at SREB, the work of our commission is winding down, but we have now identified a AI advisory panel that has 2 representatives from each of our 16 states that will be meeting quarterly to help us keep our finger on the pulse of what's going on in our states around AI, but also allowing that group to truly be an advisory panel and looking at all of these resources that we have developed over the last year and a half to tell us when it's time to update these and when new information is needed to be added to any of these resources.
Thank you. We're going to move to Representative Woodson to close out these questions, and then we'll bring our panelists up. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it's just a question for clarification. Thank you again for coming here and teaching us a lot about what we need to know. I believe there's a statewide AI education task force. And I heard you also mention that you have an advisory panel. Could you explain to us how does the commission work differ from the task force, and how do you leverage information or resources in order to come up with policies and standards?
You're recognized.
Thank you. So you have a statewide task force here, and so we are keeping an eye on what's going on there so they can inform the work that we're doing as a regional commission, which is the 16 states. There are 4 representatives from Florida on this SREB's commission, and we will be working with the governor's office to identify who are the 2 representatives he wants to be on the advisory panel that will continue to meet with SREB in the coming years, that will meet quarterly. But what we will be doing is we'll be going to each state and making recommendations to the governor's office, because we want to have a good diverse distribution of individuals on our advisory panel so that it's not all just educators. We want to make sure that in one state we maybe have a K-12 educator and a business person. From another state we want a legislator and maybe a post-secondary representative on there. So we'll be going with a list of individuals saying, I can't tell you right now, I don't have my list in front of me, but from Florida we would like to have someone from post-secondary and industry, and so that's how we will be making up our advisory panel. And our advisory panel, though, we want it to be individuals who do have access to and information about the work going on in each individual states, either committees or their networks that they're putting together, so that it can continue to help inform our regional work.
Did that answer your question?
He did. I might have a follow-up.
You're recognized.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And thank you for answering the question. And with the 4 representatives that you mentioned that you are going to make recommendation, are you thinking about having any parents as a representative, or would it be just teachers or people with background in AI? So do you think about bringing at least one parent in there as well?
You're recognized.
So, ma'am, Representative, we do not specifically lay out parents, but I do know in many of the meetings of our commission members right now, many of them speak from the voice of having a child or a student in the school system and how they're using AI, even though their role might be right now as a legislator or a business and industry representative on that commission. We do have folks who have that also lens of being a parent. That's a good idea that we might want to specifically designate.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again for being with us today. We hope you're going to stay and sit on the panel as well. But at this time, I'd like to invite our panelists up to take a seat. Today on our panel, we have Mr. Gary.
Getting ready to have a panel discussion about this topic, so we'll keep an eye on this. Right now, though, we are going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. Yesterday, we talked about the Major League Baseball winter meetings that are happening in our backyard right here in Orlando this week. A lot of news coming out if you're a baseball fan, and a lot of that coming from discussions and things that are happening behind the scenes at those winter meetings with all kinds of officials, free agent players, sports agents, general managers, just a who's who, you name it, in the sport. And they are likely in Orlando right now for those winter meetings. Also at the winter meetings was Jim Schnorf and a delegation from the Orlando Dreamers, the group that is trying to bring Major League Baseball and a team here to Orlando. And they said they are using the meetings here to show people that their dream is still alive at this point, even after the Tampa Bay Rays decided not to relocate out of the Bay Area. They are now talking about an MLB expansion franchise and trying to get one of those here in Orlando. Fox 35 sports reporter Jonah Karp had the chance yesterday to talk with Jim Schnorf, who is with the Dreamers, the co-founder of that group. He talked with him about where this project stands right now and kind of a timetable of when Orlando could expect to hear more about an expansion franchise.
So what's your goal here at the winter meetings, Jim?
So it's a combination of education to make sure baseball people and sports-related media are aware of the strong attributes of the Orlando market and how far along we are in our process, particularly compared to other cities. And second of all was visibility, create some additional energy and enthusiasm, leapfrog off of things such as Byron Donald's tweet saying Orlando's a great Major League Baseball city. Need to put a team here. Welcome winter MLB meetings. So it's been a very, very positive 3 days for us.
Who are you talking to, and what are the kinds of things they're doing?
So it's a combination of media people, obviously people from Major League Baseball, from the different teams, tremendous number of additional groups here, vendors to baseball teams and so forth. But I think the biggest reaction is, well, we knew Orlando was a compelling market. We just didn't understand how compelling the market was. And that's been the universal response that we've gotten. Just very, very positive reactions to how compelling the case is to have Major League Baseball here.
Compelling because of the foot traffic? What makes it compelling?
Well, a number of things. So first of all, we're by far the largest media market in the country that doesn't have Major League Baseball. So we're number 15. In the last 3 years, we passed Miami, we passed Minneapolis, St. Paul, we passed Denver. We will pass Detroit and be number 14 next year. So right now there are 12 markets with smaller media cases that have Major League Baseball. 80 million tourists almost this year. So if you look at other cities, we would have said, objectively trying to rank the competition, when we started this effort 6 years back, Pat Williams and I, we put Las Vegas as number 2. Las Vegas is the number 40 media market. They will get half the number of tourists this year that Orlando gets. But yet you look at how successful football and hockey have been there. So 10 years ago, they had no professional sports teams. So Raiders sell out every game. Hockey sells out. What's the explanation for that? You're overlapping a very significant tourism base on top of your core population. So compare us, for example, to Nashville and Raleigh. What we refer to as combined statistical area population, we're 4.7 million. They're half of that. So the case, when you start looking at these important driving factors of what's going to make baseball successful, we're tops in every category.
How closely are you looking at the A's and their success in Vegas as maybe a barometer of what could potentially be in Orlando?
Well, we think the closest surrogate would be Las Vegas. And so you look, the leagues take a lot of things into account, in approving a new location for a sport. So why Las Vegas? Well, clearly tourism, it's had a significant growing population over the last 20 or 30 years. It's a sports-centric market that 10 years ago had no professional sports teams. So you bring the Raiders in, they blast through their goal for seat license revenue for Allegiant Stadium. It's just off the charts. Raiders, despite their lack of success on the field, they're clearly an economic success when it comes to filling the stadium. Hockey's been the same way. Baseball will be successful there. We believe they're going to have an NBA franchise this decade. So there's there's a similar market size in terms of population, actually not quite as large. It's going to have all 4 of the primary sports, and Orlando has 1 of the 4. Okay, that's an anomaly. We don't even have minor league baseball here. Every competing city for a team has AAA, with the exception of Portland, which also has minor league. So Central Florida is starved for professional baseball. That's why there's so much passion locally.
On the scale of interest being more abstract versus support being more tangible, where is this right now?
Well, I can tell you this. I mean, you're aware of the success we've had in arranging capital for a stadium and for team acquisition. And there's no shortage of interest. I've had people here, financial people pitching me. Do you need any more capital? Do you need financing for your stadium? We appreciate your interest. Please plan to stay in touch. We're in very good shape that way. So the interest is very visible. Some of it is about educating media people, especially in other markets that aren't here, about how significant Orlando's case is. And we think we've had a lot of success doing it.
So what needs to happen now? What are the next steps?
So we're in the process of finalizing a replacement control owner. I'm in discussions with multiple financially qualified candidates. As with our entire process, we're going to be very deliberate and make sure we get the right person. When Pat Williams and I started this, our agreement was only best-in-class partners, no matter what we do. And so we're following that model. I anticipate we will have a replacement control owner in the very near future. So it's not about replacing the capital. I can go replace the capital immediately. That's not been an issue at all for us. But it's got to be the right person that's an ideal fit for Orlando and that Major League Baseball is going to unanimously embrace.
Realistically, when do you think Orlando could get a Major League Baseball team?
So we believe that the expansion cities will be selected shortly after the collective bargaining agreement is renewed. That's going to enter into effect at the end of the 2026 season. So our best estimate right now would be the cities would be selected sometime in 2027. 3 to 4 years to finance, design, and build a stadium. So we could see expansion teams starting play in their new facilities in 2030. 2029 would be a push. It would still theoretically be possible. And we think we have a big advantage there because we're very, very far along. We've got a stadium site, we've got a stadium design, we have stadium financing. So we think we can go much faster than other competing cities.
What are those other cities in the conversation?
Well, the ones you hear about in the West are Portland, Salt Lake City. You hear some rumblings about Sacramento. The A's are playing there temporarily. Austin occasionally gets mentioned. In the East, clearly Orlando's at the top of the pinnacle. You hear about Raleigh, you hear about Nashville. Some talk periodically about Charlotte. So nothing, we would never say anything disparaging about those cities. They're fine cities, but none of them come close to having the attributes, the factual attributes of the Orlando market.
So you think, in all likelihood, Orlando landing a Major League Baseball team would come in the expansion. It wouldn't necessarily be, say, the Rays moving from Tampa to Orlando. It would be an addition in Florida, not a move.
Great question. So we have multiple paths to getting a team. So we've got 2 expansion slots that are coming. You have teams up for sale periodically. The Padres are now for sale. Twins have been for sale. The Nationals were for sale not too far back. You look at other circumstances. Artie Moreno had the Angels for sale at one point in the not too distant past. You have other teams with leases expiring. Chicago White Sox have lease expiring into this decade. Now, I'm from Illinois. I'm very familiar with the budget in the state of Illinois. My brother was a budget director for 2 governors. I'm very familiar with city of Chicago budgets and finances. I sit on a board with the Chicago City Treasurer. I can tell you there's not public money available in Chicago or the state of Illinois for a new White Sox stadium. Whatever public money is available, priority-wise, probably goes to the Chicago Bears. So I think you've got teams like that with situations where they're going to have to solve a stadium problem coming up. You see kind of a competition right now between Kansas City and the state of Kansas with the Royals and the Chiefs. So we have multiple swings at the plate in terms of getting a team. That's why we're confident this decade Orlando will be awarded a franchise.
That was Dreamers co-founder Jim Schnorf speaking with Fox 35 sports reporter Jonah Karp at the MLB winter meetings yesterday in Orlando. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local and on YouTube. What a win last night for the Orlando Magic. The game was off to a really rough start against the Heat, but they finally turned things on, ended up beating the Heat. Final score 117-108 in the NBA Cup quarterfinals. 37 points from Desmond Bane. The Magic still struggled with turnovers, but ended up with the win in that one. We heard from Jamal Mosley speaking to reporters after the game.
Coach, after falling behind 15 early, what changed? What shifted for your group to come away with this type of victory tonight?
I think the guys just really realized, it wasn't our style of basketball to start. They jumped on us early. Give them credit. They came out, hit us in the mouth right away, and we needed to wake up, and we did. I think our guys did a great job of staying the course, chipping away, not trying to go for home runs, but just hitting singles.
Some of those singles came from Desmond with those drives. Just how did he change the game in the second quarter for you guys?
I just laughed with him a little bit as he's walking out. Just, he was able to get downhill and make his layups. I think that was a big key. Finishing at the rim was key for us tonight. We look at a lot of these other games when we had been missing layups at the rim. It's a leading to the break, and we kept them off the break after that first half.
A game with this kind of stakes, falling behind by 15-0, getting punched in the mouth like that. What does it say about this team, and how valuable can it be for this team to feel coming back and fighting back like they did to win this game tonight?
Well, we just said it in the locker room. You find a way. Whatever it looks like, you find a way to win games, and that's the mark of this Magic team. They pull for one another. They're never out of it, and they're just going to keep fighting for one another as that game goes on. They never rattled. They just found a way, and then they sat down and guarded. That was the big key too for us.
Coach Desmond, another 37-point performance tonight from him. Is the fact that Franz is now out, does that kind of spark the energy, that next man up mentality, and how does Desmond lead that charge?
Desmond leads a lot of that charge, but we've talked about it a ton as a group. It's by committee. And I look at this stat sheet, Jonathan Isaac plays 12 minutes, doesn't have many big numbers, but he's a plus 13 because of his impact defensively, the way he changes the game. Goga Patadze was out there playing great basketball, doing the right thing, making the right plays. Guys that stepped in were just ready to go. And so, yes, Desmond had 37, and, he's going to, take a lot of that on his shoulders. But our ability to play by committee, whoever steps in that court is ready to go.
And on that point, how big was Anthony Black filling the shoes, spot starting, the assist to turnovers, despite not hitting all his shots, just getting downhill at will for you guys tonight?
I think he was great. I really do. I think his aggression, I think more than anything, his defense on Tyler Hero at times, making shots tough, us being able to sit down and guard, because that's a tough team when they're able to go one-on-one, attack you downhill, less pick and rolls, but they found ways to attack us. Obviously there's things we're going to clean up, but our guys did a great job of taking on that challenge.
I know these games count the same towards your record at the end of the day, but to put your team in a bracket-style challenge like this NBA Cup early in the season, do you kind of like that it puts them in that playoff-like environment as an early gauge?
I like us just being able to stay the course no matter what's happening in the game. I think we take it one game at a time, us not being rattled. I think just the resiliency of this group is big, that they never got themselves out of it, in this high-stakes type game.
Hey, Coach, in the back. How important is it just to get the crowd into a game like this? Because they were going crazy in there tonight in the Kia Center.
Listen, our fans are fantastic. They are absolutely awesome. The way they willed us to get this game done, you hear
that was Jamal Mosley talking after that big Magic win last night. The Magic now get ready to travel to Las Vegas on Saturday, where they will play the Knicks in the semifinals of the NBA Cup. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be back at the top of the hour. Welcome in our TV audience on Florida Live and
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. We've been live streaming for the last 3 hours on Fox Local. We have another 90 minutes of live streaming to go, and if you're joining us this hour on Fox 35 TV, we appreciate it. We do have a lot to get to in this hour. Coming up in our second half of the show, we're going to be joined live via Zoom by Tim Tebow. We'll have the chance to talk to the Florida Gators legend coming up in just a little bit. But we start today by talking some politics, and specifically the race for Attorney General. There is a Democratic candidate who is now challenging Attorney General James Uthmeier in that race, and pleased to be joined today by Javier Rodriguez, who is that Democratic candidate for Attorney General. You are a former state lawmaker and also served as Assistant Secretary of Labor in the Biden administration. And we appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Florida Live.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me.
So I
Pleased to join you.
I first want to get your reaction. I know you're a Miami resident, and so I want to get your thoughts on the election results we saw last night with the Miami mayor's race. It was closely watched all across the state, really, and a Democrat taking control of City Hall for the first time in, 28 years. So I just want to get your reaction to what we saw last night in Miami, first off.
Well, I'm a Miami resident, in addition to the bio points you mentioned. I'm a 20-year lawyer fighting for the little guy, workers, homeowners. And my wife and I are raising our 2 kids in Miami. And, my reaction as a resident, there's serious issues that we're facing. Really what it is voters saying that they want to go in a different direction. They want a candidate that's going to focus on the real problems that they have. We have, actually, I should say. Housing, the high price of everything, transportation, all those things. And I think that our mayor-elect Eileen Higgins is somebody who has shown competence in helping us solve those problems and make people's lives better. So that's what they think their election result's about.
Let's talk about the Attorney General's race. Obviously, that's what brings you here. And I'm curious, why get into this race? And what your kind of pitch is consider you in this race, and why you wanted to enter this race and run for that seat.
Well, I'm running to be the people's lawyer. That's what the Attorney General is supposed to be. And as Attorney General, what people can expect, right? How am I going to improve? How am I and my team going to improve people's lives? And I'm talking about the 3 C's: crime, costs, and corruption. Those are the things we're going to tackle. We have public safety threats to our kids, to our seniors, the opioid crisis. The current Attorney General, really, if you look at what he spends most of his time doing, it appears to be mostly political theater for consumption in Washington. We need to return to providing cops, prosecutors, the support they need and provide that coordinated support. That's crime. Costs. My whole career has been standing up for the little guy, going hard against institutions, corporations that are taking advantage of people. We need an advocate when it comes to property insurance. We need an advocate when it comes to electric utility rates going through the ceiling. We need an advocate when people are getting their wages stolen. So that's costs. And I get pushback sometimes. People are like, well, that's not the Attorney General's job. You only say that, or you only think that if you've lived in Florida for 20 years, right? Red or blue, state attorneys general do that work. That's what the job is. And corruption. We can talk more about this. But insurance companies, utilities, they get away with whatever they want in Tallahassee. And as Attorney General, that will stop. The people will have somebody defending them. Right now, what they've got is somebody who's a puppet of the powerful. And we can talk a little bit more about all the scandals he's embroiled himself in. But he's doing the opposite of what the job commands.
I do want to follow up with you about the costs, and specifically the Florida Power and Light rate increase. I know that's something you have been outspoken against. What do you see as the role of the Attorney General when it comes to something like that?
So I'll come back to it. Red or blue, it doesn't matter. Nationally, state attorneys general do something. Our current Attorney General does nothing. He and his predecessors, frankly, parroted electric utility talking points. Florida Power and Light came in for the biggest rate increase of any utility in the country. Biggest guaranteed profit, from us, the forced customers, all businesses and families. The Attorney General is nowhere to be seen. They approved that in Tallahassee. Billions of dollars over the next few years are going to be coming out of our pockets, going into their pockets with limited justification. I would say there's even some analysis that we should get a reduction, we should get money back. But I have a history with Florida Power and Light. The style of advocacy that I'm talking about, getting in there and fighting for your people, that is exactly what I did in Tallahassee. There was a number of most powerful interests in the state. There was nobody, when I was serving in office, nobody that stood up for the forced customers of our electric utilities more than I did. And Florida Power and Light funded a corrupt scheme, 2020, to confuse voters. When I ran for re-election, they ran a guy with the same last name as me. They funded an operation where they ran somebody with the same last name as me, bribed him to the tune of tens of thousands of dollars. The scheme also put hundreds of thousands of dollars behind, confusing mailers. So, I wasn't afraid of FPL then. I wouldn't be afraid of them as Attorney General, and that's the kind of thing we need in Tallahassee.
I want to ask you about immigration enforcement. You have called Alligator Alcatraz reckless. We heard Governor DeSantis at a news conference just a little bit ago saying that in many cases, opponents of these immigration detention centers that they've set up across the state, he said they just don't want to see enforcement. So I'm curious, as Attorney General, kind of what line would you take when it comes to these topics of immigration, illegal immigration enforcement?
Yeah, so we're a country of laws. We need to enforce the border. We need to enforce immigration laws. Some of those laws are also due process. They're about how you treat people and enabling people to raise defenses, enabling people to work through the process, right? And what we saw with this really costly and dangerous project, which they dubbed Alligator Alcatraz, was not just how they did it, not just what they did, right? Which is the sort of cruelty and just ignoring due process, and just going into communities and doing all that, but it's how they did it. The governor and his team relied on a half-page emergency declaration that was multiple years old to seize land from local government, go around the legislature, get their hands on almost $500 million of money that was supposed to be for disaster preparedness. And all of this was just political theater. They wanted a pat on the head from the president, and they got it. And so they've continued with this. It's extremely costly. It's dangerous. It puts our law enforcement in a difficult position, right? It's a location that's not meant to have this type of view. So yeah, it's cruel, but it's also wasteful. It's not the way to do immigration enforcement.
The current Attorney General, James Uthmeier, has been vocal about our prosecutor in Orange and Osceola counties, Monique Worrell. He has said time and time again that she is not doing her job the way she should, obviously in the backdrop of Governor DeSantis previously removing her from office. I'm curious what your thought is and how active you think the state, whether it's the Attorney General or the governor, how active the state should be when it comes to policing prosecutors across the state?
We have a Constitution. As Attorney General, I'm going to be guided by the Constitution. When we have elected officers, particularly elected state officers, including our state attorneys, they're doing their jobs. They should be provided support. The Attorney General's job is to provide coordination. I would be providing that coordination. I'd be providing support to our police, to our prosecutors. And it's not just with our prosecutors. I mean, they go around the state. And this is what I refer to when I say political theater. They look for any excuse to go and look tough and, beat up on people, mostly on social issues, frankly. Really what they ought to be doing is focusing on the high costs of everything, right? Focusing on public safety. And so with the specific example you're mentioning, I've seen some of the back and forth. And frankly, it looks to me like our current Attorney General is kind of embarrassing himself because the things he's picking on, there seems to be a pretty good explanation for it. Like one of the things he picked on, it was a case that was referred to the statewide prosecutor, which reports to the Attorney General. So it was just confusing as to what he's alleging. So, as Attorney General, I would focus again on providing that support and making sure that it's about public safety and not about political games and having a press conference every other day picking on some local elected official that's frankly just doing their job and maybe disagrees with you around the edges on how to do that job.
Last thing I'll ask you here, Florida is now a red state. The current Attorney General has been endorsed by President Donald Trump, who is popular here. You are challenging Attorney General Uthmeier in this race, who is also obviously an incumbent, which is another challenge. How do you overcome these challenges in that race if you hope to win this?
Oh, that's a great question. So we're a big state. I'm talking to all voters. And, if you look at my trajectory as a lawyer, when I was fighting for workers or homeowners, I never asked their party affiliation. Same in Tallahassee. As Attorney General, when I'm, advocating for public safety, I'm not going to be asking victims or kids what their party affiliation is. That's not the job. And if you've heard, I'm talking about crime, costs, and corruption. That's how we're going to make people's lives better. Those are not partisan issues. So I'm taking advantage of the next few months, getting around the state as much as I can, and talking about how we're going to improve people's lives. I think that's how you win.
Here in the Orlando area today, and we appreciate you stopping by our studios here. Jose Javier Rodriguez, we appreciate your time, and thanks for joining us here on Florida Live.
Thank you. Absolutely.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Give you a live look right now inside the Federal Reserve. We're expecting an announcement from the Federal Reserve Chair, Jerome Powell, expected around 2:30, where we're expecting another quarter point cut with the interest rate. So we will see what comes out of that coming up in just a little bit. We're keeping an eye on that as we get closer to 2:30 and when that news conference is expected to begin. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Wymer, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. An interesting conversation there we had with the Democratic Attorney General candidate as we continue to reach out to a variety of candidates in political races all across the state ahead of some of those high-profile races coming up in 2026. Time now, a 4-hour Florida Live forecast, and for that, We bring in Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard. And Laurel, thanks for being here.
Hey, Garrett, how are you?
I'm good. So it's the middle of the week. It's been nice out. As the week goes on, we're seeing more and more of the sun, and so kind of having less to complain about.
Yeah, for sure. So yesterday, I actually went to Epcot yesterday.
Oh, nice.
So much fun. Festival of the Holidays. If you weren't able to get to it now, definitely make plans to do so. It is such a blast. When it was sunny out, it was great. The sun was shining, it was warm, but then the clouds kind of came back in and cooled everything down a little bit, for sure. So
yeah, it's one of those things that with these temperatures, we're kind of right on the border there of comfortably cool and being a little too chilly.
Yes, I feel like I'm right now kind of at that point where I have to go through about 30 different outfits just to kind of figure out if I'm going to be on the warmer side, on the colder side. So fun Florida. Complaints.
Yeah, it is that time of year where we kind of see those up and down temperatures and everything. But things are looking pretty good right now along the Space Coast. Pretty sight there.
Looking not too bad. Taking a look, this is Titusville right now. Partly cloudy skies, still seeing that beautiful blue out there. And we're going to continue to see that sunshine through the rest of the work week. But kind of along those same lines, we're going to be seeing another cold front move in. And I know when everyone thinks cold front, temperatures are going to tank. Not necessarily in this case. We're seeing a very weak cold front making its way through the region tomorrow, Thursday, and that's what's going to cool us down a little bit, but it's also going to bring up the winds just a smidge. So with that, we could be seeing those temperatures lingering throughout the low 70s through the rest of the week. Kind of feel like the very low 70s or the upper 60s because of that breeze that's going to kick in. Luckily, though, storm tracker radar is still going to be clear for the next couple of days. That's the great news. And as we take a look at the rest of the evening with those partly cloudy skies, we're going to continue to see those temperatures slowly start to drop. So without that cloud cover, this is kind of why we saw those temperatures not drop like a stone last night, but we're kind of going to start to see that a little bit tonight. We had a little bit more cloud cover last night, and that cloud cover almost acts as a blanket. So when we actually get that heat in from the atmosphere during the day, the clouds almost trap that heat and keep our temperatures mild through the overnight. When we don't have those clouds, like we're going to see those temperatures drop a little bit more, especially in Gainesville and Ocala tonight, then it's going to get a little bit chilly, and with that little bit of a breeze as well, we're going to continue to see that as well. So 45 degrees up in Gainesville tonight, down in Ocala 46, 51 in Orlando, and we're going to continue to just see those temperatures stay on the cooler side tomorrow, but with that sunshine and just that little bit of a breeze kicking in, those temperatures going to be feeling like the upper 60s and low 70s tomorrow. So still a beautiful day, but definitely will need the extra layer as you are heading out the door tomorrow. Quick overview. Here's that high pressure system that's going to keep our skies sunny over the next couple of days. Here's that cold front that I was talking about. This is what's going to keep us clear, but bring us in maybe a couple of clouds or two, as well as a little bit of that breeze. But luckily, nothing crazy over the next couple of days. High pressure is going to take back hold, and we are going to be in for a beautiful weekend, with the exception of a very scattered shower possibly on Sunday.
All right, so less rain than we saw this past weekend is what you're saying.
Yes, so I know last weekend a lot of holiday events were canceled. It was a bummer. I felt guilty, even though I was really only the messenger, but knock on wood, if any of those holiday events are rescheduled, fingers crossed, they'll be dry and not canceled because of the weather.
Cooperating a little bit better, and I will say I'm still, even though it's getting a little chillier, still been doing the windows open at night.
Yeah,
and it's getting a little chilly, but still going for it at this point.
I swear, every time I sleep with the windows open, especially now where it's actually cool outside, I sleep so much better.
Yeah, it really is nice just to be able to do.
Yeah, for sure. Until Honey sees a bird in the morning and she just starts barking. So that's my alarm clock
there you
every
go.
Morning now.
Yeah, who needs something beeping when you got something barking?
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, I've got one of our dogs who, if we even attempt to sleep in a little bit, after 6:15, he's barking saying it's breakfast time. So there's no sleeping in at our house.
That is a pretty good alarm clock, if you ask me.
Yeah, it is certainly
very
regular.
punctual.
Yes, it is. So you can set your clock by it. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, we appreciate you joining us with our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Garrett.
And we are getting ready to take another quick break here on Florida Live. Let me give you a live look at downtown Orlando and Lake Eola there on this Wednesday afternoon. Keep it here. We've got more Florida Live next on Fox Local, YouTube, and Fox 35 TV. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. Time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories happening today in the Bay Area. And I want to bring in Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, who joins us live now from the Fox 13 newsroom. And Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, when a lot of people go on a cruise, chances are they're going to drink on that cruise. Sometimes they're probably going to drink a little bit more than they should. But the family of a Florida man who actually died on one of those cruises is suing Royal Caribbean, saying that the cruise line served him too much alcohol before he died. Now, cruise ship passenger Michael Virgil died while in custody after being detained for unruly behavior, including an attempt to kick down a door. Now, Virgil, he died in custody. As I mentioned, he was being detained, and the family's attorney argues that both the over-serving of alcohol and the security's physical restraint contributed to Virgil's death, likening it to something like mechanical asphyxiation. Now, the lawsuit claims that the cruise line overserved Virgil more than 30 drinks during a December 2024 cruise that departed from Los Angeles, and that led to his death. Now, the lawsuit, which was filed here in Florida, down in Miami to be specific, that's where Royal Caribbean is headquartered, it includes disturbing allegations about the events leading up to Virgil's death. Video footage captures Virgil shirtless and disoriented, trying to find his cabin by kicking a door. Attorneys for Virgil's family argue that his behavior was a direct result of being served at least 33 drinks by that cruise line. Now, trial attorney Jeremy Rosenthal, who has reviewed the lawsuit, commented on the situation and said somewhere between drink number 17 and 33, somebody with the cruise line probably should have recognized that it was a little bit too much, and that doesn't make the lawsuit necessarily a slam dunk. But there are some bad facts here for the cruise line. Now, the lawsuit further alleges that security personnel restrained Virgil using zip ties and handcuffs. It says that they deployed multiple cans of pepper spray and injected him with sedatives. Now, the medical examiner ruled that Virgil's manner of death was a homicide. Now, the lawsuit further alleges that security personnel restrained Virgil using, again, those zip ties and handcuffs. Now, in response, Royal Caribbean has issued a statement expressing their condolences. They did say, "We were saddened by the passing of one of our guests, worked with authorities on their investigation, and will refrain from commenting any further on pending litigation." Now, Rosenthal believes that this case could impact how cruises offer, advertise, and operate those all-you-can-drink alcohol packages. On the other hand, Rosenthal does anticipate that attorneys for Royal Caribbean will argue that Virgil chose to drink excessively, and they will emphasize personal responsibility. Garrett?
Certainly a case that we'll be watching closely for those ramifications, and this is a case that's already getting a lot of attention across the country.
Yeah, it's definitely getting a lot of attention. This has been our top story online since it was posted because those all-you-can-drink packages definitely appeal to a lot of people. So seeing the ramifications or what will come of this lawsuit will definitely be interesting.
Our second story here in the Tampa Connection, the story of a good Samaritan, Nancy.
Yes, this happened down at a Walmart in Bradenton when a man was walking in the freezer aisle and he collapsed and he hit his head. So 2 witnesses rushed to help that man, and they said that when they reached him, he wasn't breathing. Now, those 2 Good Samaritans were Jennifer Pullman and Rob Olson. Pullman called 911 and stayed with the man's frantic wife, while Olson, who is a former volunteer EMT, he performed CPR until employees brought over an AED device. Now, paramedics took the man to HCA Florida Blake Hospital, and he is still in the intensive care unit down there. Now, according to the family, doctors told them that the quick CPR response likely made all of the difference in this case. Pullman had only stopped into the store for work-related errands, and that's when she saw the man collapse in that freezer section. She says the shock of returning to the scene the next day was emotional, especially hearing an ambulance in the distance. Now, a few aisles away, Olson and his wife were getting ready to check out when they heard a loud thud and a woman screaming for help. Olson, again, as I mentioned, he used to volunteer as an EMT in New Jersey, says his instinct took over and he began CPR. Pullman noticed other shoppers were frozen at the time. They were unsure of what to do, and that is a moment that reinforced her belief that basic emergency training is essential. Again, she is the one who called 911. However, with no one familiar with how to use an AED, Olson relied on the device's voice instructions to guide the process until paramedics arrived. Bystander CPR can dramatically increase a person's chance of survival during cardiac arrest. And again, doctors told that family without that immediate CPR given inside of the store, the man may not have survived. Garrett?
Wow, certainly glad that someone was able to jump in and help. Like you said, some of that, just having some of that basic knowledge clearly made a big difference, especially in this case.
Yeah, it definitely made a big difference in this case. And as Pullman, she said that after this happened, a lot of the people who were in the Walmart just kind of froze. They were unsure of what to do. They didn't know what to do. So she immediately called 911. And fortunately, Olson was a few aisles away and he did have that emergency training. But again, nobody in that store was familiar with how to use an AED device. I'm not sure if you've ever seen an AED device or have been trained on it, but it does have a voice recorder in there that will give the user step-by-step instructions. So that is what really helped in this case as well for how to use that AED device. But again, both of these Good Samaritans, they are recommending everybody at least get basic medical training and how to do CPR and how to use an AED device because, as the doctor said, that it probably made the difference between life and death for this man who collapsed at the Walmart.
That is good advice there. And finally, in our Tampa Connection, Nancy, what's the latest with the Shelby Neely hearing?
Yeah, so he made a last-ditch effort yesterday during a Spencer hearing to have his life spared. Now, Shelby Neely is a 4-time convicted killer out of Pinellas County. He has been serving a 30-year prison sentence for pleading guilty to manslaughter in the death of his then wife, Jamie Ivanisic, out of Pasco County in January of 2018. Now, he did try to cover up her death for nearly a year, and he pretended to actually be Jamie in the months that followed, and he was sending her family text messages and social media messages, but they eventually did become suspicious because they were not able to talk to her or see her in person. And in December of 2018, he went to Jamie's parents' home in Tarpon Springs, and he killed her parents and her brother. And Neely tried to cover up their brutal murders before leaving town. Their bodies were found about 2 weeks later, and investigators arrested Neely in Ohio in January of 2019. Now, back in July, a jury voted 11-1 to recommend the death penalty in the triple murder. And on Tuesday morning, as I mentioned, Neely had a Spencer hearing. And a Spencer hearing is a type of post-conviction hearing in Florida that allows the defense to present any additional evidence or mitigating factors to the judge so that judge may consider those evidence and factors before sentencing. Neely's defense team focused on his mental health and trauma he suffered throughout his life. His attorney displayed brain scans and notes from doctors that indicated significant abnormalities and signs of a traumatic brain injury. The defense called on a doctor who testified via video conference. He said these abnormalities impact the ability to control aggressive impulses and can affect the ability to feel guilt and shame. Neely's attorney showed documentation from other doctors who determined Neely had PTSD, noting his experience being homeless and the suicide of his father. Neely's attorneys used research and testimony from medical experts to try to connect Neely's mental abnormalities and trauma to his actions in committing the murders. The state questioned this defense, though, arguing that Neely displayed problematic behavior from a young age, and these factors aren't an excuse for the murders. The state referenced other poor decisions Neely made to some of the traumatic experiences the defense referenced. The judge has to decide Neely's sentence. He said any final briefs and documents from attorneys must be submitted by March, and Neely's sentencing is set for April 10th. Garrett?
All right, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection today.
Thank you.
Also in Tampa, just a little bit ago, we heard from the U.S. attorney who announced a couple of arrests in connection with an international gun trafficking ring where they say these suspects were buying guns in the Tampa area and then taking them across the border to Canada to sell them. They found some of these guns on murder scenes even in Canada. This was a U.S. Attorney Greg Kehoe talking about this operation that uncovered that just a little bit ago in Tampa.
Well over 106 firearms were illegally trafficked to Canadian criminals. These firearms have been recovered at homicides, shootings, and clandestine drug labs in Canada. They've also been involved in 3 homicides in Canada. In fact, one weapon purchased by the defendant Corbin was involved in a homicide in Canada approximately 31 days after Corbin purchased that weapon here in the Tampa area. The following charges are before you, and I think you have the indictment. It's a conspiracy to traffic firearms with all defendants, firearms trafficking and dealing in firearms without a license. The 4 defendants, Tyler Corbin is a Tampa resident. He was a Canadian citizen with permanent residency. He was a supplier of the firearms to this organization. The other supplier was Edward Noel. He's a Canadian citizen. He's currently in Canadian custody. He was likewise a purchaser and a supplier. The individual who was trafficking the weaponry to Canada was Alfredo Santana. He is likewise a U.S. citizen. He was arrested in Miami. The other defendant, Omar Singate, is a Canadian citizen. He is in custody in Canada. And the last defendant that you have before you in the indictment is Arif Juman. He is a Canadian citizen, and he is a fugitive as we speak. In addition to the firearms trafficking, Corbin himself is charged with the conspiracy to possess with intent to distribute fentanyl. The evidence will reflect during the course of this that weaponry was in fact paid for in several instances with narcotics. The U.S. Attorney's Office, of course, would like to thank the work of the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms for their outstanding work in conjunction with the Homeland Security Investigations, HSI. And we'd also like to thank the Canadian Border Services Agency for helping in this matter. Let me be very clear to you, ladies and gentlemen, this investigation continues. It is far from over. We're going to get to the bottom of this trafficking organization, which is extensive, and our fellow neighbors to the front have suffered the brunt of that weaponry coming across the border, and we will, in conjunction with the Canadian authorities, obviously with the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms at the lead, in conjunction with HSI, we will put an end to this.
That was U.S. Attorney Greg Kehoe speaking at that news conference earlier today. We did bring that to you live on Fox 35 News Plus at 1 o'clock, talking a little bit about that case. And again, serious allegations. They say they found more than 100 guns, maybe more than 200 guns that were being trafficked illegally. 2 of those arrests made, still 1 suspect on the run. 1 of those arrests made in Tampa, the other one made in Miami. Right now, we are going to take a break here on Florida Live. We will be back in just a couple of minutes. We are still going to be joined by Tim Tebow, Florida Gators legend, who's going to join us live via Zoom here in just a couple of minutes. So keep it here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. You won't want to miss that coming up in just a few minutes. So we will be right back with more after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Fox 35 TV. I want to give you a look right now at the finalist for the All-State Werfel Trophy. This is an award that recognizes the work that college football players do off the field, and good to highlight that. You can see a finalist from BYU, from Toledo, and from Texas, and you see the causes that they are representing there. I want to bring in now to talk about these finalists and about the importance of this award and some other topics as well. Tim Tebow, Florida Gators legend, and so many different titles. But here in Central Florida, that's what he goes by. So Tim, we appreciate you joining us here on Florida Live.
Oh, Garrett, it's my pleasure. Thanks for having me, and thanks for highlighting such an important award.
So yeah, but let's talk about that. I mean, obviously, I know this is something that means a lot to you personally. It's also an award that is named after another Florida Gators quarterback. So just talk a little bit about what this award means and why it's so important to highlight that work off the field.
Well, I love that it is named after a hero of mine, in Danny Werfel, someone that I was so blessed to look up to as a role model, someone that I couldn't wait to get his autograph, someone that was such an inspiration to me growing up. So it's just so incredible. And I also love that we get to celebrate all 22 of these young men that are part of the All-State AFCA Good Works team. And now to be able to celebrate the 3 finalists for the All-State Werfel Trophy is so special, because it's not just for all of these young men, what they do on the field. It's about who they are and the difference they make off of the field. And there's so many awards that celebrate what you do on the field, but very few that celebrate the impact you make off of the field. And I just believe it's so important to highlight, because what are we really saying to young men if we're not saying that it's important to make a difference, if there's no awards for that? And so I think it's just so incredible. And to look at the impact that they are making, it's incredible to look at what Matt is doing and being able to serve the hungry and give meals to those in needs. And it's pretty incredible. Michael Taft is someone that has done an incredible job of turning pain into purpose, because he lost a great friend from fentanyl overdose. And now he's got Taft's Tackles, where he's raising awareness and funds and hosting events for to be able to help protect boys and girls and men and women. And it's just so incredible. And Tanner Wall at BYU, what he's doing, I don't know if he finds the time, but he's serving in Kenya and the South Pacific, and all the mentorships that he's doing with so many. And I just think it's so important. I believe it is so important that we highlight this and we honor it, because what they're doing is incredible, and they're role models to the next generation.
Well, we certainly have a platform and are using it for good. Something that we have certainly seen the importance of that. Now let's talk a little bit about college football here. We are in heading toward bowl season and the playoffs. And Tim, we saw more controversy this year with the CFP. I'm curious what you make of that and all the talks every single year, gunning for more changes to the system based on whatever has kind of happened, whatever the latest slight is.
Yeah, I'm not always a fan for change, but in this situation, I am a fan of change, and I'm a fan of clarity to it. I think the parameters should change. I think they will change. I think if we want to say 12 best teams, let's truly put in the 12 best teams. If we want to have a model where you believe that a Tulane and a JMU are deserving, I get that. But then let's not say 12 best teams. And it's not to knock them. It's to truly be honest and have clarity around this. And then I think if we want to talk best teams, let's understand, what does that mean? Does it mean that you're playing the best at the end of the year, or does it mean that you are one of the 12 best throughout the year, that there's a consistency to it? There's no clarity to that. And then I think if we really want to talk about it, just to really be able to have the right parameters that we're talking from, and I think there has to be we have to move a little bit closer to an NFL type model where there's a commissioner and there's an understanding and leadership in this space, because I really believe leadership is vital to anything being successful. And listen, when we look at college football, the game is incredible. The teams and the athletes are great, but I think the structure around it can be improved, and there are several things that we can and should fix, and I believe that we'll get there.
And UCF, here in Orlando, UCF head football coach Scott Frost recently was talking about NIL and recruiting and revenue sharing and all that. And he said college football is broken in a lot of ways. What do you think of that?
Well, I think it'd be just understand what he means by broken. I don't think the talent on the field, I don't think the game, in between the white lines is broken. I think it is an awesome game right now. You look at the talent, you look at the ratings for it, they are great. I think more probably referring to, I don't want to speak for him, but my guess is just that it's the structure around it, that there's not clarity, there's not understanding around it. And I think that's part of what I was referring to is the leadership has to step up and step in, bring clarity and understanding so everybody understands what we're talking about. And in a lot of different areas. And I think that will continue to help the game.
A new era of football for the Florida Gators, just recently hiring another guy with SEC experience, someone who played and coached at a rival of Florida's, and that would be the University of Kentucky, where I went to school. I'm curious what your thoughts are.
Sorry, Garrett. I don't know if we really call them a rival, though.
That's fair. It's kind of more of a one-sided rivalry.
Maybe in basketball we call them a rival.
Yeah, that's fair. There's not really a whole lot else I can say back at you about that. So, but I'm curious. So John Sumrall, new head coach of the Gators, what do you make of him kind of leading the charge for this new era of Florida Gators football?
Well, I liked him when we hired him, but then when I've gotten to know him and spend more time with him and talk with him about mentality, culture, recruiting, philosophy, the more I like him. And man, he is a football junkie. He loves it. He eats it up. He wants to recruit, and I love his philosophy for recruiting. He wants to build the right culture. I believe that is vital. He wants to create an edge in the program. I think that is so important. I think when you look at Florida football, when it's been really good, it's had an edge. Under Spurrier in the 90s, there was an edge, and almost that led to a little bit of an arrogance. I don't mean that in a bad way, but like there was the fun and gun. It was that, hey, when we step on the field, we don't care who you are. We're going to score 40. There was this edge to Spurrier, and that was part of the culture. And then I think when you look under Coach Meyer and our time at Florida, there was a different edge. It was a relentless effort and focus on every single play of 4 to 6 seconds, that you were going to flinch and we weren't, that we would take you into deep waters and eventually you're not going to be able to swim. And it was this mentality of toughness, of physicality, and then speed everywhere. And I think those were part of our identities, part of the culture, part of what we believe when we stepped on the field. This is who we are, and this is not who you are. And that just led to a lot of success. And I believe that one of the biggest jobs for Coach Sumrall is to create that identity, culture, and edge.
Well, Florida Gators legend Tim Tebow, we really appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live this afternoon and talking with us.
Absolutely, Garrett. It's my pleasure. Thanks for having me. Go Gators.
Yeah, we appreciate you, even though you gave me a hard time about Kentucky, but it's fine. We still love you, Tim.
I know. I couldn't even get a reciprocal Go Gators.
Not from me. I don't know that I'm physically capable of doing that, but I'm doing my best here.
You'll realize when you say it that actually makes you feel better. You can do it.
I'll try it off camera in the commercial break. We'll see how that goes.
Okay, sounds good.
Tim, thanks. Give you a live look as we go to break here. Live look at Ben Hill Griffin Stadium and the Swamp on the UF campus in Gainesville. Keep it right here. We've got more Florida Live after this. Welcome back into Florida Live. This is Governor Ron DeSantis, who just walked up to the podium a couple of minutes ago. He is in West Palm Beach at Good Greek Moving and Storage there, holding a news conference talking about the economy in Florida. And you see there his placard saying the Florida Blueprint. He did hold a news conference earlier in Orlando where he unveiled some of his budget proposals. Let's go ahead and listen in live in Palm Beach County as the governor speaks now. You know what? It appears I am not getting audio levels from that. Let me see what we can find here. We will. He is live streaming this, so give me 1 second. I'll pull up a separate feed. I'm not sure why I'm not getting audio from this, but we will get you to the governor here shortly as he continues to speak. We should note that, as I was saying, he did speak earlier today in Orlando, unveiled his budget proposal, which included $1.56 billion for teacher pay increases and a number of other things, money for school hardening. So let's go ahead and listen into the governor. I believe this feed should have audio for it.
We got guys that handle this. They'll go in, they go in the open market, buy at a discount, some of these bonds, retire them. And then guess what? We don't have to pay interest on that. So we've been able to do that, saving hundreds of millions of dollars in interest costs that we're now not having to pay. And if you look at Florida's debt for the history of the state, you go back 180 years until the present. Just since I've been governor, we've retired over half of that from that 180-year period just in my tenure as governor. And after this next budget, assuming we get similar support for the program, we will probably end up hitting like 56% of the debt for the entire history of Florida has been retired under our watch. And again, that means you have really strong fiscal posture, fiscal strength. We've also been able to do things like environmental restoration, massive support for the Everglades, for our waterways, for springs, for our coastline. I proposed when my first week as governor, really ambitious. And
so why did the committee decide?
Way more than what we promised, not even close, really historic run. And we're now actually doing some of the federal projects. We got a great agreement with the Trump administration where we're able to do the federal share of some of the Everglades. They send us the money, we get it done quicker. So that's been a great story, and that's massive, massive investment for that. Education, we have universal school choice. Every parent gets money. They can take it where they want to go. We also just put in for teacher salaries, because people will talk about teachers needing to be paid more, but yet what typically would happen is you'd send money to school districts, and what happens to the money? It almost goes anywhere but the teacher pockets. And actually, you've had school unions fighting pay increases, like in Lee County. Lee County wanted incentive pay to pay more, and the union down there was suing to stop the incentive pay. So that's just what we found. So we said, okay, it does no good to just send money and hope. If you want to increase salaries, do it. So we created a special item in the budget. It can only be used for teacher pay. So we started off with $500 million, which was a big deal. Now this budget I'm doing now, we're doing $1.58 billion in the budget that can only be used for teacher pay. And that's, of course, in addition to whatever they do locally. Transportation. We have an issue of, and I think these guys are going to talk about migration. We have net in migration. Some states have net out migration, like California. There was a time where you couldn't get a U-Haul in California because so many people were driving them out of the state because they were leaving at such a fast clip. We've seen it in other parts where that's the case. Here, there's been net in migration, and that's not even from any, I'm not recruiting people. It's like people vote with their feet. It's a free country, and they do that. So we have infrastructure that we've got to do. So we have some of these projects that weren't scheduled to take place for 15 years. And I'm thinking to myself, well, what good is that going to do to wait in traffic for 15 years? So we did Moving Florida Forward, which is about a $7 billion infusion. So everything else we do, we're still doing in strong numbers on our transportation. But this is all those other projects get moved up. So now these things are being done now. They're going to end up being done 5 or 10 years ahead of schedule, maybe even 15 years, depending on it. And you go to a place like I-4 in Orlando, some of these other areas, that really need help now, and you're already seeing some of the benefits by getting some of these projects done. So we did that, so that's a really big deal. And so with paying down debt, rainy day fund, also doing big things, what's the total outlook? Our budget in Florida with 23 plus million people is less than the budget of New York City alone. And they have 8 million people. And that's not even counting him nationalizing the grocery stores there, which is going to cost a lot more, I guarantee you that. So and who knows what else they're going to do. So, and then New York State, that's the closest state to us in population. Texas, I think, is 29 million. We're 23 something. New York's 19 something. So we have millions more people than New York now, and yet their budget is over twice the size of the budget of the state of Florida. The budget that we are currently in spends less than the budget the year before, and that budget spends less than the year before that. Budget I propose is basically, same levels of spending, $117 billion that we've been doing basically for all this. So we're doing all this stuff, but yet we're doing it within a budget that is basically, not increasing. And if you go back from the time I was governor, it has increased since then, but population growth, inflation adjusted, if you do that, per capita, we're probably pretty consistent across those times. So that's been really good. Now, taxes is interesting because we don't have an income tax, which is obviously one of the draws for Florida, and we're not going to have one. We do have sales tax. But, the interesting thing is if you are somebody that is not earning a lot of income, you have to consume most of your income to support yourself or your family, the staples of life are largely exempt from Florida's sales tax. Your groceries, your medication. We made it so baby items are now exempt, diapers, wipes, all that stuff. So on day to day, a lot of the key things are not even taxed. And, the tourists come, obviously they're going to get taxed on stuff, some of the other. But on that, that's good. We didn't really have a lot, and then we just did a Second Amendment sales tax holiday. So no tax on ammunition, on accoutrements, firearms, but also fishing, camping, all this stuff outdoors. So it's been great. People are doing a lot. We made permanent our back-to-school sales tax exemption. We made permanent the disaster preparedness exemption. So, we're running out. What are you supposed to do? So we had one thing that Florida was an anomaly on. We had a tax on business rent. So if you're a business, and you're leasing something, there's a tax associated with that. Only state in the country to do that. It was not an economically efficient tax, and so we abolished it. And it did raise some revenue, but we're still doing well. And but my revenue director told me, because we abolished.
Governor Ron DeSantis continuing to speak live right now in West Palm Beach. We are also getting ready for a roundtable discussion that the CFO, Blaise Ngolia, is holding at 3 o'clock on disaster funding. If you're watching on Fox Local, the news is going to continue. If you're watching on Fox 35 TV, feel free to turn on Fox Local or on YouTube for our live stream coverage continuing for another half hour. If not, thanks for joining us.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus and our live streaming news coverage continuing this afternoon. You can see Governor Ron DeSantis speaking right now in West Palm Beach, talking about economic growth in the state of Florida. He is also recapping some of what we heard just a little bit ago in his news conference in Orlando, where he unveiled his budget proposals for the upcoming fiscal year. It's his 8th and final budget proposal. You also see Fed Chair Jerome Powell speaking after the Federal Reserve announcing another quarter-point interest rate cut. We are also seeing the beginning of a roundtable discussion about disaster funding that you see at the center of that table, CFO Blaise Ngolia. So, in fact, we are going to listen in. We'll get you into that roundtable coming up in just a couple of minutes, but let's go ahead and get you back right now to Governor DeSantis speaking in West Palm.
Backfill them and they could do whatever, because there may be a time for some of them to have to transition, but we're in a position to be able to do that, partially because we've had such strong economy. We've been ranked #1 3 years in a row by CNBC and U.S. News and World Report. The one thing that we can control that can be the most significant, though, to give people some breathing room is the property tax relief. And so we're working hard. It's got to go on the ballot. It needs to pass by the voters since it's a constitutional local issue. But, we want you to have, your own personal homestead be your own personal homestead. And so that's the vision. We're working through the details, and we need to get support from people, in the legislature on this. So stay tuned. There's going to be more news on that. And the final thing is, before I bring up Steve and Art, is yes, all the things I sketched out on budget, fiscal, small government.
Governor DeSantis continuing to speak in West Palm Beach. I do want to get us now and listen into this roundtable discussion about disaster funding. This is a representative from the U.S. Department of Commerce sitting alongside State CFO Blaise Ngolia. So let's go ahead and listen in live from Tallahassee.
Today's event. President Trump and Secretary Lutnick are committed to unleashing the potential of the American economy, affording all Americans the opportunity to pursue their version of the American dream. This administration supports an America First economy. This includes providing Americans with financial assistance in the aftermath of storms and other natural disasters. Through this, we are taking innovative action to provide more Americans with access to good-paying jobs, build talent pipelines for critical industries, and position the United States as the global economic leader. In conjunction with this policy, the administration and the department are using all necessary resources to build critical infrastructure, which includes transportation and telecommunications. Today's discussion is a step in that direction, which will serve to benefit those communities that were the most heavily impacted by back-to-back storms in 2023 and 2024. Shortly after taking office this year, President Trump visited many of those communities that were still recovering from the devastation caused by Hurricane Helene. It's absolutely devastating. I know we've all seen it here in this room. Through this firsthand account, and by meeting with state and local leaders, the president promised strong action to increase economic resilience in these communities. This includes the Economic Development Administration's FY 2025 Disaster Supplemental Funding Program, which was designed to support your rebuilding efforts. My message to you today is that President Trump hears the people of Florida, and we are here for Floridians. So throughout this program, we will rediscover the unstoppable power of the American spirit, renewing the unlimited promise of the American dream. So now I'd like to introduce you to Allie Bain, EDA's Chief of Staff. She is here today to provide more information on this program and on EDA's continuing role in disaster relief. Welcome, Allie.
Thanks, Rob. It's great to be here with you, CFO, everyone else. Thank you so much for joining us today.
At roundtable continuing right now, I want to get you to the White House, where President Trump is meeting with business leaders and speaking live right now at a roundtable in the Roosevelt Room. Let's go ahead and listen in.
And for the country, we've just launched the Trump Gold Card. It was about 30 minutes from now. The site goes up, and all funds go to the United States government. Could be a tremendous amount of money. It'll also be able to help people like this keep, as an example, just one example, there are a lot of examples, people just buying them, It's somewhat like a green card, but with big advantages over a green card. And companies are going to be able to go to the Wharton School of Finance, the Stern Business School, Harvard, MIT, wherever you may get your students, any school, and you're able to buy a card and keep that person in the United States, actually, so there's certainty, because I've heard from Tim Cook of Apple, and I've heard from a lot of people, some of the people at this table, that essentially in the United States you can't keep the student. You can't hire people from the best colleges because you don't know whether or not you can keep the person. They come and have the people get out. They throw the person out of the country. You graduate #1 from your college, and there's no way of guaranteeing, I guess you could say, there's no way of guaranteeing that they're able to stay in the country. Howard, maybe you'll give a little description of the Trump Gold Card, please.
Sure. So for an individual, it's $1 million, and for a corporation, it's $2 million. And as the president said, for a corporation, they spend $2 million. They can then have an employee, full vetting, the best vetting the government has ever done, $15,000 vetting to make sure these people absolutely qualify to be in America, absolutely qualify. And then the company can keep them here, and they have a path to citizenship, right? Obviously, they have to be perfect people in America, and having passed the vetting, after 5 years, they'll be available to become citizens, and then the corporation can put someone else on the card. So for a company, they can keep putting people on the card, one person per card, and for an individual, it's $1 million, and it's a gift to the United States of America to help America be great again under Donald Trump.
And it's really two gifts. It's a gift of getting somebody great coming into our country, because we think these will be some tremendous people that wouldn't be allowed to stay. You know, they graduate from college, they have to go back to India, they have to go back to China, they have to go back to France, they have to go back to wherever they came from. Very hard to stay. It's a shame. It's ridiculous things. We're taking care of that. The companies are going to be very happy. I know Apple's going to be happy, but a lot of the companies, nobody talked to me more about it than Tim Cook. He said it's a real problem, and it's not going to be a problem anymore. As you know, they used to send people up to Canada and other places, other countries, so we solved that. And the other thing is it'll take in, we think, probably billions of dollars that will go to the Treasury of the United States, that will go to an account where we can do things positive for the country. So it'll be a great thing. We'll take in, I think, billions of dollars. Many billions of dollars, even. So that's very exciting. The Trump accounts are doing really well. We have a man on my right, Michael Dell, who's an extraordinary person. His wife is even more extraordinary. I think I can say that. They have such a good relationship, she's an extraordinary person. Absolutely. Right? Got a great wife. But they're two great people, and as you know, last week Michael contributed $6,250 million. And this is just something that's so special. So many people are in love with that. He understood it right from the beginning. It was his idea, and he understood it right from the beginning. Could you give maybe just a little description of why you loved it for such a long period of time? And we were able to get it through the great big beautiful bill, basically. That's how what gave us the authorization to do it. Michael, please.
Yeah, absolutely, sir. So, when we first heard about this idea, the idea was that the government would give $1,000 to a newborn baby in an account that they would own, and it would go in essentially the S&P 500 and compound. And when the child becomes 18, they could use that money to go to college, to buy a home, to start a business, to continue saving. And I thought that was a great idea. I thought it'd be great if companies matched the government's contribution, which we're doing. A lot of the companies around the table have committed to doing that. And also the thought about this is, wow, this is going to be like a platform for families and communities and philanthropists to contribute to those accounts. And so we originally started with the idea of, well, what if we gave some money to all the kids in our home state of Texas, right? We thought that would be a nice thing to do.
That's still a lot.
Yeah, it is. 1 out of 10 new kids in America are born in Texas.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Happen to be a fan of the state of Texas. But anyway, we thought about it some more, and we thought, you know, this is going to be something really special. We have a foundation. It focuses on children. It's been around for 26 years, and we said, well, why don't we go bigger? And so we talked about it, and you know, now that the Investment in America Act is a law, which that in itself is a incredible thing that occurred. It does create a platform, and we were super happy to announce that we would give you know, $250. We arrived at $250 because next year will be the 250th birthday of America and 25 million children. We thought that was a nice thing to do because it would include most of the children that are 10 and under, that are not part of the government program, that live in zip codes where the median income is less than $150,000. And that was also an important part of our contribution. And I do believe there will be a number of other large gifts announced. I've already spoken with a few that will be announcing gifts at the state level,
right?
And more to come.
Yeah. It's amazing, and it's amazing the vision you have, but that's why you're so successful, frankly. And to think that Michael started off with not a lot of money, I would say, right? Not too much, like very little. And he can give a gift of $6,250,000,000, and I know he said he's going to do a lot more. It's pretty amazing. It's really a beautiful thing to watch. So great for our country. So we have the Trump accounts are doing really well, and it's become, I have to tell you, just everyone's talking about it.
President Trump continuing to speak, joined by some business leaders in the Roosevelt Room of the White House. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you back inside the Roosevelt Room of the White House. President Trump hosting a roundtable there, meeting with business leaders and speaking about the economy, the Trump Trump accounts that he recently discussed or announced, I should say, with the CEO of Dell, talking about the Trump Gold Card, which can help some businesses with immigration and bringing employees into the country. Let's go ahead and listen in live as the president continues to speak.
And I think we're committed to do that. We want to make it as simple as possible, as easy, because you're competing with some very big sources, and we want to stay number one by a lot. We're leading the world in building new data centers and new semiconductor and chip manufacturing facilities and new capacity for AI. And we're unleashing all of the forms, literally all forms of energy and natural gas and oil to clean, beautiful coal and safe, reliable nuclear power. And I'm giving them approval to, when they build these massive plants that cost $50 billion. You know, it used to be that for $50 million, you could build a nice little shopping center. But for $500 million, you could build one of the biggest, most beautiful centers. And now they're talking about $50 billion. So explain that one. These buildings are, there's never been anything. There's never been anything like that. So you're all involved in that. It's pretty amazing. 1 year ago, our country was considered dead by many leaders throughout the world. And now we have what's called the hottest country anywhere in the world. We're the hottest country in the world right now. 10 months took us. I thought it was going to take longer, Michael. Really, I didn't think we were going to have this success this soon. We have over $18 trillion being invested. So much of it by, like you're in for a lot. What's the number that you're looking at?
150.
150 billion. That's good. I don't know, Michael. Am I allowed to ask you? You already gave $6,250,000,000. Do you have you stated a number that you're at for investment, future investment?
Well, you know, if I think about all the, you know, investment that we make with the American companies that are adding capacity, particularly around semiconductors, it's several $100 billion.
I think that's right. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It makes the $6 billion sound very, very small. That's very good. Antonio, what about you guys? What about you and Enrique? How's that going?
Well,
have you announced a number or anything?
No, I actually am happy to share with you. Over the next few years, we're going to invest an additional $3.5 billion building secure manufacturing. Right. We build the largest supercomputer for the United States government that supports both the DoD and DOE. So in the next 18 months, we're going to build the largest 5 supercomputers that will keep the United States ahead of the game, both in life science and AI, but also to keep ahead, owning the entire stack at the national security level.
Great. Are you doing that separately? Are you doing it together or separate?
No, we are totally separate company.
Totally separate, right?
From our side, we invest in the US around $18 billion per year. So if you look at the next five,
that's right.
It will be close to $100 billion. And we are going to be investing in AI at the edge, not only on data centers, but how to make AI available to customers in PCs, in headsets, in devices that they will be using every day. Which is
so it's over $100 billion.
Yes.
And you're doing well. HP is doing really well.
Yes.
That's great.
We're competing hard with Michael, but
are you direct competitors?
Yes.
That's it. That's why they're on different sides of the table, sir.
The old days would say, why don't you make a deal? I guess now it's not so easy to make a deal.
We can have an arm wrestling match now.
Yeah, right. And Cristiano, you've been amazing, right? Your company with the investments. How are you doing with investments?
We're doing great. I think, Mr. President, you have a great decision. I think when you drove our company to continue to be innovating, and I think we're doing very good. We've been, in addition to doing phones, I think we're now, our chips are going to every car company in the world, all the car companies. We're entering into the robotics. There's a lot of growth in robotics and the data center. New smart glasses going to be the future mobile devices. Industrial, I think a lot of the drive towards manufacturing the country is driving a lot of technology for smart manufacturing. We're making chips for that. So I think we're very excited. And I think, like Michael, I think the number of industries our chips are being enabling is driving hundreds of billions of dollar investments in. And most important for us, semiconductor manufacturing is very important. So we are going to be customer of the fabs that are being built in the United States by TSMC and Samsung. So we're just going to keep going forward.
Yeah, those investments are very important, and we are all customers of those fabs.
Those two are my customers.
Yeah.
Memory stuff, memory?
We do the memory. We do all the
Who's the king of memory?
It's Micron and
Micron's,
SK Hynix.
and Micron's another one doing very well. That's great. Yeah, I heard you're doing fantastically. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
The stock market has set a 51, think of this, 51 all-time record highs during the last 10 months. 51. You guys are big beneficiaries. You're setting the records, right? It's amazing. 51 times we've hit a new high. And in the history of our country, if you think about it, 51 times during the last 10 months. And Bruce, let me ask you, pull these people all together. How's it looking for technology?
A lot of global competition, but you'd rather be playing our hand than any other hand in the world.
I think so. We have a good hand right now, don't we? Joe Biden secured just really much less than $1 trillion of new investments in 4 years. And in 10 months, we secured more than $18 trillion. So 18 times the amount in 10 months what they did in 4 years. And they would have gone negative. They were heading toward negative. In other words, not $1 trillion, but it could have been 3 or 4 or 5 trillion less because people were leaving. So it was a big turnaround in 10 months. The $18 trillion, it's a record. There's never been a country that's gotten anywhere near that. In the Middle East, when I left the Middle East, we brought back $3 trillion and lots of Boeing airplanes, like 300. And Boeing gave me the award for the greatest salesman in the history of Boeing, which was a nice little award. I have a little plaque. The greatest, I think I've sold 1,000 Boeing planes. Can you believe it? Now all they have to do is make them. Okay, they got to make them, but they will. But we have made historic trade deals with the United Kingdom, China, Indonesia, Vietnam, Japan, the EU, Malaysia, Cambodia, El Salvador, Argentina, Ecuador, Guatemala, Switzerland, Liechtenstein, Thailand, and South Korea, and many others. And a lot of it's based on the November 5th election result, which was a massive victory. We won all 7 swing states, the popular vote. We won the Electoral College by a landslide. We won counties. The counties, they do I don't know, to me it's the most accurate of all in many ways. We're at 2,700 counties against 525. That's pretty good, right, Cristiano?
Pretty good.
2,700 against 525. 525. That's why when you see the maps are all red, except for 2 little blue lines on the right and the left side of the map. They're probably changing too. Americans are great builders, and in the Trump administration, America is once again a country where innovators get a green light. You have the greatest innovators in the world at this table, and representing a lot of their friends who are competitors and friends. But we're really on a big move to get rid of red tape so they can run their businesses and not have to wait 10 years for an approval. In the old days, getting some of these approvals for plants that are already being built would have taken 10, 15, even 20 years prior to rejection. You get rejected. You'd work 20 years and then you'd lose 5 to 4. And we're getting plants approved in a matter of weeks. The biggest plants ever built in a matter of weeks. For every new regulation, we're slashing more than 10 old regulations. So we're not allowing regulations unless they slash 10 old regulations. We did that in the first term, and we cut more regulation than any administration ever. In our first term, we have the all-time record. I think we're exceeding it here. In fact, now it's 1 in 24 is the number we're at. It's 1 in 10 you have to do, otherwise we're not letting you do it. But we're actually up to 1 in 24, so we get rid of 24 regulations for every one. That's not a bad deal, right? And it's been very exciting, actually, but including we're allowing 100, in the great big beautiful deal, we're allowing 100% expensing for capital expenditures, including investments in factories and equipment and structure. So including even structure. So that if Michael goes out and builds a factory, you can you can take it against tax immediately, the whole thing. You don't have to wait 38 years or do it over a 38-year period. And I think that's what made the first tax cut, which we, by the way, got extended in this tax cut. So, and you add it up, it's the biggest tax cut in the history of our country. But I think that the expensing factor, and it's good for 10 years.
All right, we have a verdict in the James Mady trial. This is the Flagler ex-paramedic facing charge of sexual battery. This is a trial we've been following this week. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Madam Clerk, will you please publish the verdict?
Yes. In the Circuit Court, 7th Judicial Circuit, in and for Flagler County, Florida, State of Florida versus James Tyler Mady, case number 2024-914 CFFA. Verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant, James Mady, as follows. Count 1. Guilty of the charge of sexual battery, a lesser included offense. Count 2, not guilty. So say we all, dated at Vanell, Flagler County, Florida, this 10th day of December 2025, signed by the foreperson.
Madam Clerk, will you please poll the jury?
Yes, Judge. Juror number 1, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 2, is this your true and correct verdict? Juror number 3, is this your true and correct verdict? Yes. Juror number 4, is this your true and correct verdict? Yes. Juror number 5, is this your true and correct verdict? Yes. Juror number 6, is this your true and correct verdict?
Yes. Thank you. I wish to thank you for your time and consideration in this case, and I also want to advise you of some very special privileges enjoyed by jurors. No juror can ever be required to talk about the discussions that occurred in the jury room except by court order. For many centuries, our society has relied upon juries for consideration of difficult cases, and we have recognized that a jury's deliberations, decisions, discussions, and votes should remain their private affair as long as they wish it. Therefore, the law gives you a unique privilege not to speak about the jury's work. Although you are at liberty to speak with anyone about your deliberations, you are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from the lawyers, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. You are now excused, and thank you very much for your service. We do have some letters for you, and thank you. The jury has left. If there is any bond on count 1, it is revoked. Adjudication of guilt on count 1, and I will be ordering a PSI. All right. Thank you very much. This matter is concluded for today. Anything? No, what I'll do is I'll have Michelle coordinate with your office and with Ms. Clark's office to set a sentencing date.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
James Mady being walked out of the courtroom there after being found guilty of sexual battery, not guilty of video voyeurism in this trial that has been going on this week. He is a former Flagler County paramedic who has been on trial facing charges of sexual battery and video voyeurism, accused of sexually battering, now convicted of sexually battering an unconscious patient inside an ambulance. He testified in his own defense yesterday, saying that he was conducting a medical exam, and when he videoed it, he was trying to protect his patient. So it looks like we may have lost our courtroom feed there, but The sentencing will come at a later time, but the breaking news here on Fox 35 News Plus this afternoon that James Mady convicted of sexual battery in that case out of Flagler County. Well, we appreciate you joining us for 4.5 hours of live streaming news this afternoon, some breaking news as well here today. So we are going to go ahead and hand things off now to Fox 35 Weather Plus. Storm team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard going to be doing the latest live streaming on Central Florida weather coverage. So we will hand things off to her now. And then at 4 o'clock, the 4:07 begins. I'll be back at 11 a.m. tomorrow with more Fox 35 News Plus. You can join us for another 4.5 hours of live streaming news. So thanks for joining us today, and keep it right here on Fox Local.
Fox 35 Weather Plus. And so we are going to be starting off with a big announcement for everybody. Really just a time change over the next couple of days. So from here on out, we're not going to be from 3 to 3:30 anymore. We're changing the time ever so slightly starting today. We'll talk about that. We have some snow happening across the Midwest, and we're also going to be talking about an initiative that we're starting here at Fox 35. I'm very excited about this. One quick thing for everyone, if you are watching on YouTube, I am not able to see your comments right now. I'm not sure why that is on my side screen. So if you are watching on YouTube, maybe hop over to Facebook if you are looking to participate in our question of the day or just trying to get in on the conversation. Facebook, I can see you just fine. YouTube, I am having a little bit of trouble getting to you, but let me try refreshing my screen over here. That seemed to work. All right, YouTube, now I have you, and also going to be keeping an eye on our Facebook comments as well. All right, so big announcement time. Let's just start right here, right off the bat, is that we are still going to be the same show here on Fox 35. However, a couple of things are going to be changing, but all good things. That's good news right there. So we are going to be seeing a little bit of a change just in the schedule, but only a half hour later. So biggest change here is that we are still the same show. We are just at a new time. So mark your calendars every single weekday, Monday through Friday, 3:30 to 4 p.m. That's when you can come in, get in on the conversation. Let us know your plans for the weekend, for the work week, and we are going to be live still on Facebook, YouTube, and also on Fox Local. So just make sure, again, you mark your calendars and get in on the conversation.